Chapter 1. Blue sky, white clouds, lush trees, and birds flying freely. The entire forest seemed to be full of vitality. From the slightly withered leaves of the plants, it was obvious that it was late autumn. Squirrels were jumping up and down, trying their best to store pine nuts for the winter. Fat rabbits were trying their best to stuff food into their stomachs, planning to add another layer of fat before winter came. Suddenly, an ear-piercing whistle came from the depths of the forest, and the peaceful scene was instantly broken. A red-haired, blue-eyed young man wearing animal skin was running at a fast speed. Behind him was a giant elephant with a height of more than 4.5 meters, a length of about 6 meters, and a weight of more than 10 tons. It had a body full of brown fur. This enormous creature had a javelin that was more than 1.5 meters long in one of its eyes. It shook its huge head, raised its nose and long fangs, and wanted to stomp the short human in front of it into a meat patty. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a human to outrun such a huge creature with their physique. However, the young man in front of them was obviously very smart. Using his nimble movements, he shuttled around the thick trees and easily opened up a safe distance. Awoo! The mammoth raised its nose and let out a loud roar. It was obviously angered by such a playful attitude. Its only eye turned red in just a few seconds. Then, like a heavy tank, it directly broke a pine tree that was as thick as an adult's waist, almost hitting the young man who was running. "Hey, big guy, looks like your temper isn't too good. But it's okay. I can get rid of you soon." The young man jumped over the obstacle lightly and stood on a big rock that was covered in green moss not far away. Not only did he not have a trace of fear on his face, but he also had a rather excited expression, as if he had already won. Awoo! The mammoth shook its dizzy head and started to charge again. Its snow-white tusks were like 2 long spears. Once pierced, there was no chance of survival. However, animals were animals. No matter how big their bodies were or how strong their destructive power was, they could not win against intelligent humans. Just when the mammoth was about 5 or 6 meters away from the boy, the ground suddenly collapsed. Its 2 front legs were stuck, and no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't pull it out. The red-haired youth picked up the wooden whistle hanging around his neck and blew it. Instantly, a group of children between the ages of 12 and 16 jumped down from the top of the tree. There were both boys and girls, a total of 15 people. Each of them was holding a spear that was more than 4 meters long. While shouting slogans, they aimed at the mammoth's eyes, throat, heart, and other vital parts and fiercely stabbed down. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain caused the big guy to let out a miserable cry. With a sweep of its strong nose, it broke 5 spears. But this was already the last struggle, because a spear had entered its brain through its eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, the mammoth, which weighed more than 10 tons, fell heavily to the ground. Although its body was still twitching, everyone knew that it was dead. "Ha! Boss Andre, you're amazing. You actually lured such a big prey from the edge of the forest. With so much fresh meat, it's enough for us to eat to our heart's content for a few days." The oldest boy said to the red-haired youth with a fawning expression, "TSK, Harvey, you really are a rice bucket. You only know how to eat. You should know that the most valuable part of the mammoth is its pure white tusks. I heard from the merchants passing by that if it's in perfect condition, it can be sold for at least 100 large Therese gold coins. Our boss Andre is going to be rich." Another youth looked at his companion with disdain and stared at the 2-meter-long tusks with shining eyes. A slightly bulky girl curled her lips in disdain. "So what if he's rich? We're mountain people. According to the kingdom's laws, Unless we're granted the status of a free citizen by the Lord, we can only stay in this barren land for the rest of our lives. If you ask me, no amount of money can compare to a big pot of delicious stew. The big boy named Harvey licked his cracked lips and nodded vigorously. That's right. Opley, you really are my confidant. All right, enough nonsense. Take out the dagger and clean it up. Our trailer can't fit such a big prey. If the smell of blood accidentally attracts ferocious beasts or magic beasts, it'll be troublesome. I heard that snow bears and winter wolves have been roaming around this area recently. TSK. Shameless, who's your bosom friend? Emily spat fiercely and began to peel the skin with a red face. From her skillful movements, it was definitely not her first time. A group of half-grown children laughed and joked with each other as they quickly skinned, deboned, and cut off large chunks of meat and tied them with ropes. As their leader, the red-haired youth named Andre sat on a rock and coughed softly. He seemed a little aloof. In reality, he wasn't someone from this world. On a cold winter 4 years ago, a soul from Earth had successfully taken over this body that was about to freeze to death. There was a tradition in Lonely Mountain Town. Every time winter came, the adults would strictly calculate the food reserves at home. If they found that there wasn't enough, they would gather the weakest children in the family and chase them to the wilderness to make a living. Because in this barren land, crops grew very slowly, and even though the people tried their best to farm, hunt, and fish, they still couldn't feed all the children. They could only harden their hearts and abandon a portion. In the winter 4 years ago, Andre was one of the children abandoned by his parents. However, when the soul from Earth took over this body, he didn't freeze to death, starve to death, or die in the jaws of a hungry beast. Of course, the real Andre's soul had long since ceased to exist. The current Andre was just an earthling in the guise of a local. Sometimes he would wonder what sins he had committed in his past life that he had transmigrated to such a barbaric, primitive, and backward place. For a full 4 years, the once frail and sickly youth had gradually grown up. Relying on his achievement of leading all the abandoned children to survive that winter, he had established an extremely high reputation in Lonely Mountain Town. Relying on the half-baked knowledge he had learned on the internet in his past life, combined with practical experience, the reborn Andre quickly became a famous hunter in the surrounding area. He was especially good at setting up traps to capture large wild beasts. Almost all the youths knew that following boss Andre meant meat to eat. Chapter 2. As a transmigrator who did not fit in, he had always played his role very carefully. He tried his best not to show his unique values, and at the same time, he paid attention to collecting information about this world. However, in this primitive society where one had to rely on their legs to get out of the house and shouting to communicate, most people would never leave their birthplace. Wanting to know the situation outside was simply wishful thinking. Not to mention, the location of Lonely Mountain Town was so remote that even the ruler of this land, Baron Iverson, was too lazy to send people to take a look. Currently, Andre only knew that the land he was living on was called Oliel. There were countless countries and cities of various sizes. The main residents were not only humans, but also elves, dwarves, halflings, gnomes, and so on. He had even seen a green-faced orc with his own eyes a year ago. These 2-meter-tall, extremely strong fellows were bandits that lived in the frozen wastelands. Once they ran out of food, they would go south to plunder human villages. Lonely Mountain Town was one of the sentinels built by the Canteru Kingdom in the north, used to warn of large-scale invasions. According to the law, the people living here did not have to pay high taxes, but they were not allowed to leave their birthplace for their entire life. When attacked, they had to defend the town to the death. If they found any escapees, they would immediately kill the whole family. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Andre gently touched the eye-shaped tattoo on the back of his left hand. Instantly, a large number of data appeared in his retina. Name: Androrace, human alignment, neutral good, help those who really need help to the best of your ability. Attributes: strength, 7. Your strength is much lower than an average adult. Agility, 15. Speed like the wind, reaction like a monkey, vitality. 8. Slightly above average, but not too easy to fall sick. Intelligence, 18. You have an eidetic memory and monstrous learning ability, perceptive sense. 12. Your willpower, judgment, and intuition are not bad. Charm. 11. Others will only listen to you. When there are benefits, profession. None. Your knowledge is not enough to take up a profession. Health points, 3/4 injured state. Experience points, 2,500 undistributed. Ability points, 0 attribute points. 0. These were his biggest secrets in this world. It was like a game system, constantly recording his own status. Every time he killed a prey, he would gain some experience points. But because there was no profession to distribute, he could only store them first. Boss, look, there seems to be a wolf over there. A girl who was skinning suddenly stood up and shouted. Following the direction of her finger, a few wild wolves with glowing green eyes appeared in the forest. It was obvious that they were attracted by the smell of blood. Fortunately, there were only 5 of them. Don't panic. Harvey, Leiden, Carter, Wall, you guys pick up your spears and follow me. Andre, who had brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper several times, grabbed the spear and calmly gave the order. The boys whose names were called put down what they were doing, picked up their weapons, and stood side by side, shouting to intimidate the wolves. They all knew very well that cunning animals, like wolves, rarely took the initiative to attack if they didn't have an absolute advantage. The reason why these guys were here was to see if there was anything they could take advantage of. Perhaps when there was plenty of food, Andre wouldn't mind giving up some in exchange for the peaceful departure of the wolves. But now that it was already autumn, he needed to bring as much food back as possible. Otherwise, when winter came, the children of Lonely Mountain Town would be left to fend for themselves in the wild again due to insufficient reserves. Get lost. This woolly mammoth doesn't belong to you. The 5 youths held long spears in their hands and kept shouting, forcing the wolves to retreat. Although they were young, everyone in the kingdom knew that the mountain people were not the same as those honest farmers and serfs. They started learning how to fight when they were very young. When they reached adulthood, not only did they have to farm and hunt, they also had to defend against the orcs and monsters from the frozen lands of the north. Almost all of them were qualified soldiers after the age of 14. As for those who were not qualified, they had long been eliminated by the cruel environment. Under Andre's strong pressure, the wolves finally gave up on the food at their fingertips. After all, it wasn't winter yet, and there was plenty of prey in the forest. There was no need to risk their lives for a bite of food. 20 minutes later, the group of half-grown children finally dismembered the woolly mammoth. Large chunks of bloody meat were moved onto the cart, and in the end, even the bones and organs were not spared. They piled up a few trailers that weren't very big to begin with, and happily made their way towards Lonely Mountain Town. Lonely Mountain Town, as the name suggests, was a small town built halfway up a mountain. It was surrounded by steep cliffs, and there was only a 3-meter-wide narrow path for entering and exiting. Above the town were terraced fields that had been cultivated, sparsely planted with a few crops. Other than every spring, when Baron Iverson would send people to deliver some food, seeds, salt, cloth, iron, and other necessities, this place was basically isolated from the outside world. If one had to accurately describe it, it would be the boundary between civilization and savagery. Beyond this place was the endless dark forest and frozen wastelands. Only the barbarians, orcs, and half-orcs who drank raw meat and drank blood could survive in such a harsh environment. The entire lonely mountain town had a total of 200 households, and the total population was less than 1,000 people. Other than the mayor, there was only a merchant called Rot, who was a freedman. He opened a grocery store in the town and usually bought some furs, animal bones, and herbs. He also sold some needles and thread, oil and salt, and other small things. Occasionally, he would go to Chauvin City, which was more than 100 kilometers away. Andre's knowledge of this world basically came from here. In fact, if the town hadn't been built in such a dangerous place, it would have been impossible for the people here to survive in this land that was full of dangers, especially that 3-meter-wide rugged mountain path. As long as a few large pieces of rock were pushed down from above, the exit would be sealed off in an instant. The people inside couldn't go out, and the people outside couldn't come in either. After 2 hours of continuous hurrying, the boys and girls who were dragging the cart finally climbed halfway up the mountain and walked into the town's streets breathlessly. Phew, phew, phew. I'm so tired. Boss, when you distribute the meat later, you have to give me more. I did the most work just now. Harvey sat on the ground and complained with a bitter smile as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Chapter 3. Don't worry, everyone. We've brought back an entire woolly mammoth, including its skin and bones. It's enough for each of you to split 180 pounds of meat, plus the bones and innards. If you eat sparingly, you can eat for more than a month. Cough, cough, cough. Andre started coughing violently before he could finish his sentence. Seeing this, a girl hurriedly handed over her water bag. The youth didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing it and gulping down 2 mouthfuls. The sweet mountain spring water slid down his throat, quickly suppressing the cough. Emily hurriedly put down the cart and ran over, asking with concern, "Boss, are you all right? You didn't look too good just now. Did you catch a cold?" "Yeah, if you really can't take it, let's go to the grocery store and let Laurent take a look," another youth suggested nervously. In the eyes of these half-grown children, this proud and aloof red-haired youth was their leader, their backbone, and their long-term meal ticket. Only by following behind him would they be able to avoid hunger and cold, so all of them seemed to be extremely concerned about him. "No need, I'm fine. This is an old ailment, easily acting up during winter. It'll be fine by spring." Andre pounded his chest as he spoke. This ailment had started during the cold winter 4 years ago. He didn't know if it was due to frostbite, but once the weather turned cold, it would act up and get worse with each passing year. In lonely mountain town, where medical standards were extremely low, there was no way to treat an internal ailment like this. One could only rely on one's own immune system to survive. As for going to the grocery store for a dabbler to treat him, it was better to forget about it. Although Laurent had learned a bit about herbs from a druid and had cured many people, Andre always felt that the number of people he'd cured was far more than the number of people he'd cured. Especially those strange prescriptions. It didn't look like they could cure people at first glance. Of course, if he had the chance to leave this small town forgotten by the civilized world in the future, he could find a priest with supernatural powers to treat him. It was said that the priests had spells bestowed by the gods and could instantly bring a dying person back to life. Just as everyone was asking questions, a burly man with a full beard and a thick waist walked over. He first glanced at the mountain of meat and asked in surprise, "Hey, isn't this the return of our ace hunter? What kind of prey did you catch today to actually fill 5 trailers?" "Hee, Uncle Warren. Our boss hunted a woolly mammoth from the frozen wasteland today. Didn't you see those 2 white tusks?" Harvey pointed at a pair of tusks and replied proudly. "Mammoth?" Warren opened his mouth wide in surprise. "Oh, my God, this is an incredible beast. It is said that when it is angry, it is unstoppable. How did you kill it?" "Of course, It's the same old method. First, set up the trap, then plan the escape route. Then, lure the prey. When the prey falls into the trap, use the prepared spear to stab it to death. As Andre explained, he used the dagger he carried with him to cut off a large piece of bloody meat and threw it directly to the brawny man. Take it and have a taste. The reason why we were able to hunt successfully was all thanks to the weapons and tools you made. Warren opened his rough hands and grabbed the piece of meat, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha! Don't mention it. There are only a few families in this town. If you need any weapons in the future, just come to the blacksmith shop and find me. After he finished speaking, he waved at the teenagers and happily walked back to his home. After watching the town's only blacksmith leave, Andre pointed at the meat in the trailers. Let's follow the old rules. The meat in the back 2 trailers will be given to each family. The middle 2 trailers will be divided equally among all of you. The one with the leather and ivory will be mine. Whoever wants to take the rest of the internal organs and bones can take some. I believe that the soup will taste great. Don't worry, boss. Leave this to me. There will be no mistakes. Harvey patted his chest and promised. Then I will go first. You can go home after you finish your work. Have a good rest tomorrow and the day after. We will go hunting in 3 days. After he finished speaking, Andre pulled his own trailer and slowly walked in the direction of the grocery store. He needed to get rid of the leather and ivory before going home. Otherwise, it would be useless to bring them home. Along the way, he greeted the people he knew. Unknowingly, he came to the front of a 2-story wooden building. On the wooden board of the door was written in crooked Continental Common language, Rotter's Grocery Store. Below it was a small line of words, write letters 5 copper coins per time. Obviously, this was the only store in the town. At the same time, it was also the bridge to the outside world. Andre put the trailer down and shouted at the top of his voice, "Damn fatty! Come out! Big business is here!" Big business. Where is the big business? A fatty who was about 8 meters tall and weighed more than 120 kilograms rushed out of the store like a gust of wind. But when he saw the person's face, he immediately changed his expression. How many times have I told you, I am not fat? This is a symbol of wealth. You will know if you go to Chauvinist City. The nobles there are about the same as me. Forget it. Although I have never seen a real noble, as the ruling class of the entire society, they are definitely not all fat, especially those powerful feudal knights. It is impossible for them to have a body full of fat. As a soul from an era of information explosion, Andre understood a principle early on. No matter the era, the rulers at the top of the pyramid must be the elites of the elites. Otherwise, the entire system would start to rot from the inside, and all kinds of signs of collapse would emerge one after another. Based on the current situation, although the political system of the Canteru Kingdom was somewhat rigid, it was still far from decline. If there were no accidents, there would not be any problems in the next 100 or 10 years. Damn smart man. I really regret buying so many books for you. Tell me, what do you want to sell this time? Rotter asked while stroking his shiny chin. Andre pointed at the trailer behind him and replied, There, it is that pair of mammoth tusks and fur. Just like before, I don't need gold coins. Change it all to books. Oh, no way. Mammoth tusks from the frozen wastelands. And there is no gap. This is the most perfect piece of art. If you bring it to a bustling area, it will definitely sell for a good price. 60 Turi's gold coins. This is the highest price I can offer. After carefully inspecting the surface of the tusks, Rotter pretended to be forthright and offered a price that would make many people's hearts beat faster or even go into shock. Chapter 4. It was important to note that the Turi's gold coin was the highest denomination currency in the entire Canteru Kingdom. It was named after the founding emperor, Turis I. One coin was worth 5 small gold coins, and 1 small gold coin could be exchanged for 6 large silver coins, 12 small silver coins, and 1 small silver coin could be exchanged for 20 copper coins. According to the current prices, 60 Turis gold coins was an astronomical sum that the commoners didn't even dare to think about. It was enough to buy a large piece of land near the capital and live a prosperous life for several years. But it was a pity that Andrei's current identity was that of a villager. He could never leave this godforsaken place before he accumulated enough military merits. Therefore, even if he had a mountain of gold and silver, it would be useless if he couldn't buy what he wanted. Currency was a currency because it had a certain purchasing power. However, in a remote place like Lonely Hill Town, there were no large merchant caravans that visited it. Lot also didn't buy much each time. That was why the gold coins that could command the wind and rain in the outside world weren't even as valuable as a bowl of meat soup here. Andrei's mood instantly soured when he thought about how he might be wasted in Lonely Hill Town for the rest of his life. He waved his hand impatiently. "Don't give me that. Just tell me how many books I can exchange for. Also, give me a jar of salt and a jar of honey. The skin is yours too. I do have a book, but it's more specialized introduction to potioneering. If you're interested, you can try to learn it yourself. As for the honey and salt, that's not a problem. You're a regular customer, after all. You've sold me quite a few good things in the past 2 years." Lot nervously watched the young man's expression, afraid that he would be rejected. Undamaged ivory had always been the favorite of the upper class. If you added the prefix of the woolly mammoth that lived in the frozen wastelands in the north, its value would instantly increase by several times. It was also priceless in the market. If handled properly, one could sell for 500 Turis gold coins. It was even faster than robbing people. Andrei wasn't a simple village boy. He keenly noticed the flash of greed in the fat owner's eyes. According to his experience in society in his previous life, this guy obviously wanted to lower the price. Unfortunately, he didn't have the right to bargain. This was a typical buyer's market. In the entire town, there was no one else other than this guy in front of him who could walk out of here. Even though he was unwilling, Andrei decided to swallow his anger. He pretended to be indifferent and shrugged his shoulders. "All right, but you have to add a crossbow and a quiver. Otherwise, I'd rather burn them in the furnace than sell them. Damn it! A crossbow can be sold for at least 50-carat small gold coins in Shaywin City. You are really treacherous. All right, since you're a regular customer, it's a deal." Lot purposely made his face look pained, but in his heart, he was already bursting with joy. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, he would have taken off all his clothes and done a seductive belly dance. In fact, the main reason why he was willing to stay in such a remote place all year round was because he could often buy rare plants, high-quality fur, and bones of wild beasts from the mountain people at a low price. These were very common items in the eyes of the mountain people. Once he brought them to the big cities in the plains, he could easily earn a profit of several times or even dozens of times. However, it was the first time he had seen such well-preserved ivory. Mammoths lived in the cold, frozen wastelands in the north of the forest. Not only were there a large number of orcs and carnivores, but there were also some beasts with supernatural powers. They were monsters that people called magical beasts. Once an ordinary person encountered one, there was no way they could survive. Therefore, mammoth's skin and teeth had always been in high demand. There was no way they could meet the demand. After finalizing the biggest deal of the year, the fat owner patted his stomach in satisfaction and shouted at the top of his voice, "Bart, you lazy bum, come out and move the goods. Also, get Sydney to bring the introduction to potioneering and the crossbow from the box. Don't forget to bring a quiver of arrows." I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm tidying up the warehouse. An old man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s with a weather-beaten face shouted as he pushed open the door and walked out. When he first saw the huge tusks, he was instantly shocked. Oh, my goodness, this is unbelievable. Andre, you've got guts. You actually dared to go to the frozen wastelands to hunt mammoths. Uncle Bart, I didn't go to such a dangerous place. I don't know what happened to this guy. He ran into the Black Forest by himself, and I just happened to meet him. The young man smiled shyly as he explained. Although he was now known as the best hunter in the whole of Lonely Mountain Town, he actually used his intelligence more than the other hunters who used bows, javelins, and traps. In fact, in this place where information was blocked, the people were generally not very smart. The illiteracy rate was as high as 9,999%. Most of them relied on their strong bodies and excellent archery skills to hunt small animals such as rabbits, pheasants, foxes, deer, and so on. The real beasts like bears, mammoths, and tigers would definitely be avoided as far as possible. Andre had also gone through more than 2 years of learning to get rid of his embarrassing illiteracy and become the third person in the whole town to be able to read and write the common language of the continent fluently. Of course, the price he paid was not small. Basically, the precious plants and animal hides that he collected in the wild were sold to Loron at a discounted price in exchange for all sorts of books. As someone who came from the era of information explosion, these parchments that emitted a pungent odor were the only things he could use for learning and entertainment. The Black Forest isn't a safe place either, especially in this season. Old Bart mumbled softly as he carried the tusks on his shoulders and walked unsteadily into the house. The fat boss, Luote, followed closely behind and exhorted loudly, "Be careful! This is a flawless mammoth tusk. If I see even the slightest scratch on it, you can forget about getting a salary in the future." Old Bart looked at the boss behind him with a disdainful gaze and mocked, "TCH, stingy bastard. What do you think this is? This is mammoth tusks. I can guarantee that you'll be fine even if you use them to knock against a wall. I've seen mammoths use their tusks to knock down red pine trees, as thick as thighs. How could they be scratched so easily?" Chapter 5. While the two were bickering, a blonde girl with a face full of freckles walked out. She looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. She carried a heavy hardwood crossbow on her slightly skinny shoulders, a large quiver of arrows on her back, and a thick book wrapped in copper in her hand. "Ah, my cute little Sally, hurry up and deliver these items to your big client. Then the deal is complete," Loron said as he stroked the girl's hair. "Just leave it on the ground. I want to test the power of this weapon." As he spoke, Andre took the crossbow from the girl's hands and carefully inspected every part of it, especially the bow arm and bowstring. As a famous night killer in the Middle Ages on Earth, such a weapon with such strong penetrative power was hard to find even in Orwire. If not for the fact that Lonely Mountain Town was located at the northern border and often had to fight against monsters and beasts, it would have been stopped at the checkpoint. Obviously, the crossbow that Loron took out was a second-hand product, but it was well maintained. There were no problems with the groove, tension, or footrest. The trigger reaction was also very fast. The wood had obviously been polished and waxed, and it was very smooth to the touch. Andre stepped on the front tab and pulled the bowstring. He pulled out a thick arrow from the quiver and placed it in the groove. He then aimed at a tree not far away and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! Bang! The sharp arrowhead pierced into the tree trunk 20 meters away. Only a small section of the tail was exposed. The rest of the arrow was embedded in the trunk. The force produced by the machine was so great that if the target was a human, it could have been sent flying by the powerful impact. Andre carried the heavy crossbow on his back and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Hunting is much easier with this. You know how to use a crossbow? Laurent finally recovered from his shock and asked with a face full of shock. Although the crossbow was not difficult to operate, it still involved some mechanical principles. It was too complicated for the villagers who didn't even know how to read. At least, he had never seen anyone in Lonely Mountain Town who knew how to use a crossbow. That's nothing. Don't forget how many books I've read over the years. Knowledge is the ladder for human progress. Don't underestimate this. After saying that, Andre winked at Shweli, who was standing in front of him. He tied the quiver around his waist and kept the thick book close to his body. Finally, he cut off a large piece of meat and handed it to the girl. Take it. Make yourself something delicious tonight. Thank you. Shweli struggled to finish her sentence, and a faint blush appeared on her skinny little face. Her dark green eyes sparkled like gemstones, sparkling from time to time. Ever since the girl witnessed her parents being killed by the winter wolf 3 years ago, her spirit was greatly stimulated and she lost part of her speech. Luo Te felt pity for her and took her in to clean the tables in the grocery store. Good girl. Andre squatted down and kissed the little girl's forehead intimately. He put the jar of salt and honey in the car and turned to walk in the direction of his house. In Lonely Mountain Town, poor orphans like Shweli were quite common. Luo Te basically helped them when he could. Otherwise, these children would have to risk their lives to survive in the wild. As a soul from a highly developed society, Luo Te still could not accept such a cruel reality. After crossing 2 streets, Andre came to a dilapidated wooden house. This was his home in this world. Inside lived a father who was crushed by a heavy burden, a mother who was busy all day to prevent her children from going hungry, 1 brother, 1 sister, and 1 sister who was just 5 years old. After sighing in his heart about the difficulties of life, Luo Te took 2 steps forward and slammed on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? A woman's voice soon came from inside the house. A few seconds later, the door was opened with a creak. A woman in her 40s walked out. She looked like she had seen the vicissitudes of life. When she saw the large pieces of vertebrae and meat on the trailer, she immediately covered her mouth in shock. Oh, God, Andre, you risked your life to go hunting in the forest again. How many times have I told you not to play with your life when there's food at home? I don't want to hear bad news about you in my lifetime. Don't worry, Mom. I'm now recognized as the best hunter in Lonely Mountain Town. Hurry up and deal with the meat. I also traded some fur for a jar of salt and honey at the grocery store. Let's make something delicious for everyone tonight. As he spoke, Andre kissed his mother's cheek according to the etiquette of this world. He then walked into the dark house. Betty, who was sewing clothes with a needle and thread, quickly put down her work and stood up to help her brother take off his coat. She lowered her voice and asked, "Tell me secretly, what kind of prey did you get this time?" Based on Louder's stingy personality, he wouldn't trade a jar of honey and a jar of salt for ordinary fur. Also, where did you get this crossbow? Listening to his sister's nagging, Andre smiled and shook his head. A woolly mammoth that broke into the Black Forest. I packed up the ivory and fur and sold it. The crossbow, salt, honey, and this book were all exchanged. Wow, a woolly mammoth. I bet that no hunter in Lonely Mountain Town has ever caught such a big prey. Let me see if you're hurt. Betty didn't allow her brother to explain and forcefully took off his clothes, revealing the tight muscles of his upper body and, of course, the crisscrossing scars. Andre had been injured many times in his 4 years of hunting, Especially in the first year, he was often bitten and injured by wild beasts due to his lack of experience. He spent more time in bed, recuperating, than out hunting. His family often worried that he would suddenly die one day. One had to know that hunting was a highly dangerous profession. There was no difference between the hunter and the prey in this wild land. Switching roles was a common occurrence. Every year, there were a few hunters who never returned after entering the forest. Betty's finger lightly brushed across the half-foot-long wound on her brother's chest. She sighed slightly and asked in a low voice, "Andre, tell me, why are you working so hard? Don't try to fool your parents, because I can feel that you have a heart that is unwilling to be ordinary. Sister, this world is so big. Don't you want to go out and take a look? The turbulent seas, the endless plains, the legendary big cities, all kinds of intelligent life forms, all kinds of strange species, mysterious ruins, and of course, powerful spells. I don't want to waste my life in lonely mountain town. This place is just too remote." Andre explained with a smile as he put on his clothes. Chapter 6. Obviously, as a transmigrator, he could not bear to stay in this remote town and live a life cut off from the rest of the world. Moreover, there was also a mysterious system. From the description, as long as he could obtain enough professional knowledge, he would be able to succeed in his profession. Andre's heart raced at the thought of the powerful martial arts and mysterious spells described in the books. He could not wait to leave this place and go to a big city. Unfortunately, his identity as a mountain folk had firmly bound him to this place. If he chose to escape, his entire family would be in trouble. The outside world, Betty muttered to herself, her eyes revealing an unconcealable yearning. She then laughed self-deprecatingly and shook her head. "All right, I hope you'll be able to realize your dreams while you're still alive. But be careful, it's not that easy to obtain the status of a free citizen. Don't worry. Didn't you see that I bought a crossbow? With this, killing 20 orcs will not be a problem." Andre revealed a confident smile as he spoke. According to the kingdom's laws, as long as a northern mountain folk could kill 20 adult orc warriors in battle, they would be able to obtain the status of a free citizen. The local nobles would also be obliged to provide them with a plot of land no smaller than 15 acres. Of course, to most mountain folk, this was an impossible task. Orcs were stronger than humans to begin with, and their physiques were also more robust. Not to mention killing 20, even killing 3, would immediately earn them the title of brave warrior. It could be said that this law itself was to confine the mountain folk to the border and resist invasion. The small towns and villages were like nails, providing a very good buffer effect. Even if it was not enough, they could still provide early warning. However, with a weapon like the crossbow, Andre was absolutely confident that he would be able to obtain the status of a free citizen. It might take a year or two, but it would not be too long. He was already tired of his boring life and longed for change. He longed to see this magical world. Just as the siblings were chatting, the door to the house was suddenly pushed open. A hunchbacked, middle-aged man walked in. It was the head of the family, Algernon, followed by his eldest son, Atwood. They woke up early and slept late every day, working on the terraced fields in the mountains. However, they could never feed the many mouths in the house. "Have you been hunting again?" asked Algernon, staring at his youngest son as he entered the room. Andre nodded gently. "Yes, Dad. I hunted a woolly mammoth today. We can eat something good tonight." Algernon sighed and sat down on the rough bench, staring blankly in front of him. This middle-aged man from Muna had always felt pained that he could not provide for his family, especially when he saw his youngest son risking his life to go hunting. His eyes were filled with guilt. This reminded him of the winter 4 years ago when there was a food shortage. The eldest son, Atwood, had a very similar personality to his father. He was both simple and responsible. Without saying a word, He came up and gave Andre a hug. Then he said with a smile, "My good brother, don't go out and take risks in the future. I can support this family by farming. Big brother, are you trying to persuade the best hunter in Lonely Mountain Town to retire early?" Andre teased in a half-joking tone. Although he could understand the concern of his family, he had already decided on his future. He could not change it easily, so he could only use this method to escape. After greeting each other, the four of them each found a place to sit down. They chatted casually as they waited for dinner. Andre also flipped open Introduction to Pharmaceutics and carefully read it. With sufficient reading capacity, he easily understood the unfamiliar terms. Soon, he was immersed in the sea of knowledge and forgot the passage of time. For 4 whole years, he relied on hunting and gathering precious herbs to exchange for more than 100 books of all kinds. He even cleared out a cabinet in the house to store these expensive parchments. The days in autumn in the north were especially short. It was not long before the sky darkened. Betty lit an oil lamp and gently placed it beside her brother. Then she continued to sew in silence. After another 10 minutes, the rich aroma of meat spread throughout the house. Everyone subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Soon, their mother, Bridget, walked in with a pot of steaming bone soup. She placed it on the table and shouted, "It's time to eat. Pork ribs, mushroom, and wild herb soup with rye bread. I added more salt in it. Eat it while it's hot. It smells so good." The little sister, Barbara, who was only 5 years old, followed behind her mother. She chewed on the meat on the bone as she shouted at her brothers and sisters. Her face was already covered in gravy, and her hands were greasy. It looked like she was almost full. Atwood, whose stomach was already rumbling with hunger, couldn't wait to fish out a large piece of spine from the pot. He didn't even mind the heat as he opened his mouth and took a bite. The delicious meat aroma stimulated his taste buds, causing him to cry out involuntarily, "Wow, what meat is this? It smells so good. Eat more if it smells good. This is the meat of a woolly mammoth from the frozen wastelands. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it again in the future." Betty rolled her eyes at her brother. She took out a large basin of dry, hard, and slightly black bread from the cupboard. In this cold, frozen land, rye was the only crop that could be grown. Although the yield was not high, it was one of the main sources of food that the mountain people relied on for survival. This black bread was baked with rye flour. In order to save money, the skin was not even peeled, so the texture was naturally not very good. If it was not soaked in hot soup, its hardness would be comparable to stone. "Wow, woolly mammoth." Atwood let out a strange cry. "No wonder these bones are so big. I didn't expect my brother to be so powerful. He could even kill such a huge beast." Mother knocked on the table with a spoon and scolded loudly, "Stop fooling around and eat properly. Andre, put down the book in your hand. Read it after you eat. It can't run away anyway." "Got it, Mother." Andre reluctantly closed the book, stood up, and went to the dining table. He scooped a bowl of soup for himself, then used a small knife to cut the hard bread into small pieces, and threw them into the soup to soak in. He knew very well how harmful this kind of food was to the teeth. This was one of the reasons why there were no old people in Lonely Mountain Town. Most people in their 40s had all their teeth ground out. Without a healthy set of teeth, the elderly would quickly die from digestive problems. Chapter 7. He did not speak while eating or sleeping. The whole family sat at the dining table and ate their sumptuous dinner in silence. Apart from the occasional sound of soup, they remained silent most of the time. Only the head of the family, Algernon, would occasionally ask his wife a question or two about food. When he found out that the family did not lack anything, a faint smile finally appeared on his serious face. I'm full. Andre quickly finished the food in his bowl, grabbed the book, and ran back to his room. At that moment, all his thoughts were on Introduction to Pharmaceutics. He wanted to race against time to finish the entire book. As for dinner, he could just make do with it, looking at her son's agile movements. His mother shook her head helplessly and muttered, "This child, he only ate such delicious meat soup for one night. He's really obsessed." "Mom, that's a book that records knowledge. Who knows, maybe little brother can become a respected scholar in the future." Atwood, whose mouth was stuffed with meat, shouted, "Nonsense, scholar. We mountain people can only live in lonely mountain town our whole lives. It's useless no matter how many books we read. Eat your food." Bridget picked up a spoon and hit her eldest son's head. Betty and Barbara, who saw this scene, instantly burst into laughter. However, this had nothing to do with Andre. He had already returned to his room and quickly flipped through the Introduction to Pharmaceutics book. As he read more and more, a percentage kept jumping on his retina. 50%, 51%, 52%. It was obvious that the inexplicable system had a reaction to this book. After all, he had read so many books, but this was the only one. In fact, the books in this world were limited by the amount of paper they had. Usually, there would not be much content. He finished it all in just a few hours. The moment the number jumped to 100%, the system suddenly popped up an interface. "You have learned Introduction to Pharmaceutics. Do you want to include it in your specialization?" "Nonsense. I'd be an idiot if I didn't." Andre cursed in a low voice and directly chose yes. A second later, he felt that everything he had just read in the book had been instilled into his brain by an unknown force. Especially the first half of the book, which was very difficult to understand. Now he could recognize it clearly as long as he tried to recall it. At the same time, his personal attributes had also undergone some changes. Name: Andre Race. Human alignment, neutral good attributes. Strength 7 agility, 15 physique 8 intelligence, 18 perceptive, 12 charm 11 profession. None, your knowledge is not enough to take up the profession. HP 4/4 experience points, 2,500 unallocated specialty points, 0 attribute points, 0 acquired skills. Potioneering beginner. You have learned a skill that allows you to concoct all potions below level 3. But please note that all magic potions require the corresponding spells. After looking at the attributes list, Andre's face immediately showed ecstasy. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "So that's how it is. Professional knowledge. Only professional knowledge will be accepted by the system. As long as I can get my hands on an introductory class book, I will immediately gain great power." Just as he was getting excited, he suddenly heard a clanging sound coming from outside the house. That was the alarm bell that rang when Lonely Mountain Town was under attack. Without a doubt, an enemy or a wild beast had barged in without any hesitation. Andre got out of bed and tied his quiver as fast as he could. He grabbed the crossbow on the table and pushed open the door to the street. With the help of the bright moonlight, he could vaguely see a large group of people gathered at the entrance of the town. All of them were holding spears, forks, and other weapons, and were shouting nervously. "Hey, Andre, what's going on outside? Did those damned orcs launch a sneak attack?" The eldest son, Atwood, rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the house with his spear as he put on his clothes. The head of the family, Algernon, pushed him hard from behind and scolded him in a low voice. "Shut up. Hurry up and put on your clothes and gather at the entrance. Don't try to be brave when the battle starts, and don't stray too far from me. All of you be careful. You must come back alive." Mother put on her clothes, her face full of worry, as she exhorted. She knew very well how powerful the orcs were. After every attack, many people in the town would hold funerals. She was afraid that the same thing would happen to her. "Don't worry, Bridget. As long as I'm not dead, no one can harm my son. Old Algernon hammered his chest, and then led his two sons toward the entrance of the town. Along the way, they could see all the males over the age of 14 walking out of their houses with weapons in hand. They quickly gathered on the streets and ran toward the scene of the incident. In reality, there were no military forces stationed in a remote outpost like Lonely Mountain Town. It was all up to the citizens to resist the invasion of the enemy. In order to survive, all the men would consciously follow the established rules. They would walk out of their houses on their own accord when they discovered the enemy, and those cowards who had been discovered would immediately be exiled. Andre, thank you for the meat today. Boss Andre, bring me along the next time you hunt. Andre, when are you going to teach me how to hunt? Farming all day is too boring. Walking on the streets, everyone who saw Andre took the initiative to greet him. Some did it out of respect, some purposely trying to get on his good side, and some just wanted to express their gratitude. Especially the youths, their eyes were filled with respect and fear. This was the prestige he had built up in this remote town over the past 4 years. Even the adults did not dare to underestimate him. Outstanding hunting skills, outstanding leadership, and the fact that he often sent meat to the townspeople made it impossible not to like him, even if his personality was a little arrogant. After all, in the eyes of most people, this young man with fiery red hair indeed had the right to be arrogant. Furthermore, as time went by, he naturally became an influential figure in Lonely Mountain Town. Some people even felt that in a few years, he could replace the old mayor's position and become everyone's leader. However, the townspeople with little knowledge did not know that Andre's so-called arrogance was only a way to protect himself. He was afraid that being too close to others would cause his secret to be exposed. The so-called outstanding hunting skills and leadership were even simpler. He only needed to instruct people to dig a trap in advance and then drive or lure the prey into it. It was easy and simple, far more efficient than using a bow to kill small animals like rabbits, pheasants, and foxes. Chapter 8. The reason Andre had taken the initiative to deliver food to the townspeople was because he could not bear to see the children starve. After all, he had lived in a relatively developed society in his previous life and had received a perfect education. The moral bottom line in his subconscious made it impossible for him to watch the children be sent out into the wild to fend for themselves. After all, he had personally experienced the days in the wild without food or warm clothing. He knew how painful and despairing it was, so he would take the initiative to help as long as he could. Similarly, he also understood how sad it was for the parents who abandoned their children. So he swore to himself that he would try his best not to let such a tragedy happen again. It could be said that the townspeople's understanding of Andre was a beautiful misunderstanding. This was a difference caused by culture. Just like the primitive tribe members living in the forest, they would never understand the thoughts of the residents of a bustling metropolis. Some things that were worthless in the eyes of the former could bring wealth, honor, and status in the eyes of the latter, while food, medicine, and metal that the latter could buy at any time were incomparably precious in the eyes of the former. Andre desired the status of a free citizen and leave this corner abandoned by civilization. The things that the townspeople valued were completely useless to him, and perhaps only the merchant latte in the entire Lonely Mountain Town could more or less understand his thoughts. The town was not big, and within a few minutes, everyone had arrived at the entrance. The blacksmith Warren, who had always had a straightforward personality, shouted loudly, "Hey, fellow in front, are the invaders orcs or wild beasts?" "Neither. I think we're in big trouble. Hurry up and light up the beacon tower. The enemy this time is not something we can handle." The one who spoke was a sturdy old man around 50 years old. He wore a standard half-body armor and held a long sword and shield in his hands. There was also a bronze medal hanging on his chest. This person was the current mayor of Lonely Mountain Town, Baylor. According to legend, he had been a glorious military officer of the kingdom when he was young and had a bright future. However, because he had wrongly fallen in love with a noble lady, he had been cruelly suppressed and finally thrown here to await his death. Andre did not know if the rumors were true or false, but the old man did indeed have good swordsmanship. He had even learned from him for a few months and benefited greatly. "Mayor, is this necessary?" We didn't even get a clear look at the black shadows. A villager asked cautiously. "There's no need to see them clearly. I can smell them with my nose alone. Moreover, the 7 families living at the entrance of the village have all mysteriously disappeared. This alone is enough to attract attention. Don't worry, I'll explain the situation when Baron Iverson's men arrive. Now, all the militiamen are divided into 3 teams and take turns to guard here. Don't let your guard down. I hope we can survive until the reinforcements arrive." After saying that, Mayor Barlow sighed deeply. From his furrowed brows, it was obvious that the situation was very bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such discouraging words. Andre squeezed through the crowd and came to the mayor's side. He lowered his voice and asked, "Tell me, what kind of monster is attacking Lonely Mountain Town?" Old Barlow looked left and right. After confirming that there was no one else eavesdropping, he clenched his teeth and said, "Listen, child. I know that you are one of the few smart people in this town, and you are always thinking about making contributions and becoming a free citizen. But this time, the situation is different. Don't take the risk, or you'll find that the enemy is more troublesome than you can imagine." Trouble? How troublesome can it be? The mammoths, winter wolves, and snow bears in the frozen wastelands. The tigers, leopards, wild wolves, and black bears in the Black Forest. Didn't all these ferocious beasts become my prey in the end? Seeing that the old man didn't reveal anything, Andre could only pretend to be arrogant on purpose, trying to provoke him into telling the truth. He could see that the mayor definitely knew what the enemy was. "Damn it, I know you've hunted many powerful beasts, and there's no lack of magical beasts among them, but they're all alive. And the enemy that's attacking this time is dead. Do you understand, kid? Stay in the town obediently. If you dare to sneak out, I'll break your legs." After saying that, old Barlow waved his fist threateningly, turned around, and began to divide the militiamen into teams. Andre's eyes shone with a strange light, and he muttered softly, "Alive? Dead. It can't be the undead." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of footsteps on the steep path leading down the mountain. Then there was a large amount of green light, which looked very scary. They're here. They're here." No one knew who shouted first, but all the hill dwellers instantly entered battle mode. Even though there was no one to command them, they formed a tight formation of spears in a short period of time, completely blocking the entrance. Due to the long period of fighting with the orcs, they had already trained their efficiency to be comparable to professional soldiers. Almost everyone knew their own position. Beside them were either relatives or friends, and behind them was the home that they relied on for survival. Thus, there was no need to worry about the problem of morale. As the green light got closer and closer, the appearance of the enemy finally appeared in front of everyone. They were about the same height and weight as humans. Their foreheads were slanted, their lower jaws protruded, and their 2 canine teeth were clearly exposed. With their rough gray skin, it was very obvious that they were orcs. But they were different from normal orcs. Their eyes were completely white and had no pupils. At the same time, their behavior was very strange. Each of them was like an old man who walked unsteadily. Most importantly, there was a foul stench coming from all over their bodies, and there was a green stone embedded in their foreheads. The light just now had come from there. Such a strange scene made the hill dwellers somewhat uneasy, and they all looked at the mayor. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Old Barlow said, "Damn it," 5 times in one breath. Then he raised his shield and shouted, "Pay attention. These are not normal orcs. They're already dead. They're undead. When fighting, try to attack the greenstone on their heads. That's their only weakness. Undead. They're actually evil undead. God, quickly come and save us." For a moment, many people began to tremble, and their mouths kept chanting all kinds of prayers. After all, there were too many terrifying legends about the undead creatures that had spread throughout the continent. They might have the courage to fight with a group of burly orc warriors, but facing a group of dead people who had been resurrected by supernatural forces was another matter. After all, the former was a body of flesh and blood that could be commonly understood, while the latter were the living dead that were not controlled by supernatural forces. Chapter 9. Looking at the panicky scene, Andre shook his head lightly. He immediately drew his bow, loaded an arrow, aimed, and shot. With a swoosh, the sharp arrow pierced through the air, accurately piercing through the stone on the forehead of an undead orc. As expected, this fellow fell to the ground with a plop. Without any nonsense, he used practical actions to prove to everyone that these undead were not as scary as the rumors said. They could be killed as long as their vital points were hit. There was a good saying that the power of an example was limitless. When the villagers saw that Andre had easily killed an undead, the fear in their eyes diminished significantly. They regained their courage, and the dense forest of guns instantly became stable. "Very good. Just like that. Steady. Don't be nervous. Pay attention to my command." Seeing that everyone's emotions had returned to normal, Old Baylor immediately began to command at the top of his voice. At the same time, he secretly gave the red-haired youth a thumbs up. He was very clear about the importance of Andre's arrow just now. The invasion of the undead was already dangerous enough. If the morale of the villagers collapsed, then the entire lonely mountain town would be finished. According to the undead creatures' innate hatred for life, they would definitely slaughter everyone. Not even a mouse would be spared. Of course, there was another problem that Old Baylor was very worried about. Since so many undead creatures had appeared, the necromancer who created and controlled them was very likely to be secretly observing from a corner. This was the biggest threat. Otherwise, he would not have risked his head to ignite the beacon tower. After all, Baron Iverson was famous for his fiery temper. Once he found out that someone was deceiving him, he would immediately chop off that person's head. All right, first there were the ugly orcs, then there were all kinds of strange beasts in the forest, and now there is a group of living dead. I'm really getting more and more curious about this world. Andre muttered softly as he repeated the actions of drawing the bow, loading the arrow, aiming, and shooting. Every time he killed an enemy, a row of notifications would pop up on his retina. Hit the vital point. Fatal blow activated. Dealt 14 points of damage to the undead. The target's core has been destroyed. Dead. Obtained 35 experience points. Even though he didn't have any profession yet, with the powerful penetrative power of the crossbow and the amazing eyesight he had trained in the wild, Andre was able to easily kill these seemingly terrifying, but actually very slow-moving zombies. He could not understand why the hill folk were so fearful of these slow-moving enemies. Was it because they were not living creatures? Attention, everyone! Raise your weapon. Steady, steady, pierce. Following Mayor Barlow's shout, the densely packed spear tips that were suffused with cold light rushed forward with a whoosh, and many corpses that had their gems pierced fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies seemed to be filled with some unknown substance. As soon as they fell, they would immediately spray out large amounts of black liquid from their mouths and noses. It was fishy and smelly. Anyone who smelled it would instantly feel dizzy, as if they were drunk. They would stagger and fall unconscious. As for those who were not hit in the vital points, they allowed the spear tips to pierce through their bodies and continued to charge forward with bared fangs and brandished claws, spraying out large amounts of black liquid from their mouths. More than 30 militiamen in the front row could not dodge in time and fell unconscious as well. Obviously, the liquid that these corpses sprayed out was either poisonous or had an anesthetic effect. In short, close combat was definitely not a wise choice. Just as the mayor was about to give the order to retreat, a shocking scene occurred. More than 10 monsters with black smoke all over their bodies suddenly rushed out from behind the corpses, grabbing the unconscious hillfolk and running away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Andre couldn't believe his eyes, because he clearly saw that these guys didn't have bodies at all. They were just clouds of thick black smoke from head to toe. They were like the nightmares in the ghost stories on Earth, bringing great fear the moment they appeared. He felt his heart beating faster and faster, and his breathing became more and more rapid. All the muscles in his body could not help but tense up. In just a few seconds, his clothes were drenched in sweat. It was an indescribable horror. Although he had read about many terrifying monsters through books, it was only after seeing it with his own eyes that Andre felt the indescribable tension and excitement. He bit his lips hard and silently reminded himself, "Calm down, calm down. You have lived in a living magical world for your entire life. Only by using your brain can you resolve the crisis in front of you." The appearance of the unknown smoke monsters caused the hillfolk to retreat frantically in panic. In the blink of an eye, they had all retreated out of the narrow mountain path. At this moment, even the stupidest person knew that the weapons in their hands were useless against these monsters that did not have a physical body. Left with no choice, Mayor Barlow could only wave his hand. The strong man who had been waiting by the side pulled the winch hard, and a huge rock slowly rolled out from the side, completely blocking the path to the foot of the mountain. Although the crisis of the black shadows had not been resolved, at least they did not have to worry about those dead bodies. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the beacon tower placed at the top of the mountain was also lit. The bright fire and white smoke rose into the sky. According to the current visibility, it would not take more than 10 minutes to pass through the sentry tower to Baron Iverson. At the latest, the powerful feudal knights would appear near the town the day after tomorrow. All right, calm down. There are not many black shadows that can fly. As long as we work together and hold on for 2 days, we will be rescued. Now gather everyone immediately. We must ensure the safety of all the women and children. Mayor Barlow saw that everyone was a little depressed and hurriedly shouted for everyone to move. As an officer, he knew very well that the more unstable the mood was, the more he had to keep his subordinates busy. Only when these fellows were exhausted could they not let their minds wander. One must know that panic was quite contagious. In the next 2 days, the residents of the entire lonely mountain town were gathered in the open air. The militia was divided into 3 shifts, patrolling 24 hours a day. Once a black shadow was found approaching, they would immediately attack together. They would use things like wooden planks to create a strong wind so that the enemy could not maintain a stable form. But even so, more than a dozen residents were still captured a day later. No one knew why these monsters had captured the penniless hillfolk, nor did they know whether they were alive or dead. Pessimism and despair quickly spread. Chapter 10. The people gathered together sighed all day long, and the families who had lost their loved ones washed their faces with tears. Mayor Barlow could do nothing about it, and could only force himself to set an example. As for Andre, he was like a madman. He did not eat, drink, or sleep. He even tried his best not to go to the toilet. He stayed by his family's side all day long, and would jump up at the slightest sign of trouble. He was more alert than a rabbit. But all of this finally ended on the evening of the fourth day. Baron Iverson had sent out 4 feudal knights and 50 armored cavalrymen. With just one charge, the corpses blocking the entrance were trampled into meat paste. Especially the titled knights, they were like human bulldozers. With a wave of their hands, they could send enemies weighing more than 90 kilograms flying into the air. Their strength was absolutely beyond the limits of humans. The black liquid that made the natives dizzy did not seem to have any effect on them. Most importantly, after killing all the enemies, they did not find any trace of the missing residents. There were no corpses, no bloodstains. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air, and the formless shadows were nowhere to be seen. Pulling aside the boulders blocking the entrance, the imposing knights entered the small town that had been forgotten by the civilized world. Without any nonsense, the man in the lead took off his helmet, revealing a rather young and handsome face. He first swept his gaze over the panicked residents, and then shouted, "I am Baron Iverson's son, Knight Byron. Who is the mayor of this town? Step forward. I have some questions to ask." "Greetings, Honorable Baron's son. Thank you for resolving the crisis. I am the mayor of this town." Barlow rubbed his dry eyes and took the initiative to step forward and bow. He had not rested much for the past 2 days and looked rather tired. The disappearance of nearly 100 residents had made this old man worried to death. If he could choose, he would rather be the one taken away. "Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I would like to know the details of the attack. You must know that the kingdom has always attached great importance to the appearance of the undead. The knight who called himself Byron was very polite and did not show the arrogance unique to nobles. It could be seen that he had received a very good education. His every move was very proper and did not make people feel annoyed at all. However, old Baylor wasn't in the mood to care about this at all. He merely nodded with a stupefied expression. "Please ask. If I know, I won't hide it. You may not know this, but this town only has a little more than 1,000 residents. In just a few days, 1/10 of them have mysteriously disappeared. Their spirits are about to collapse. I'm sorry. Please allow me to express my condolences to the victims." Byron jumped down from his horse and performed a knight's salute with one hand on his chest. The other 3 feudal knights and 50 cavalrymen behind him did the same. "No, Sir Knight, it's still too early for you to express your condolences. Those people were only taken away. They didn't die. All of us saw it clearly. The undead had captured them alive, not killed or torn them to shreds. I've served in the Royal Army and know how normal undead deal with the living." Old Baylor clenched his fists and roared. His eyes were filled with unvented anger, and his emotions were unusually agitated. "Are you sure?" Byron's expression suddenly became serious. Old Baylor nodded vigorously. "I swear on my life, soul, and honor." After receiving an affirmative answer, Byron immediately turned and shouted at another feudal knight, "Serena, what do you think this means?" "I think we've encountered a dangerous necromancer. Only these fellows who deal with corpses and souls all day long would do this. If you plan to save people, you'd better act quickly. If you're late, I'm afraid you'll only see a ground full of dismembered corpses." The feudal knight who answered the question took off her helmet, revealing a head of long golden hair. There was no doubt that this was a young female knight. Judging from her 3-dimensional and heroic facial features, she shouldn't be too old. She was at most 28 years old. "Mr. Mayor, I believe you've heard it. I've decided to pursue this necromancer and save the residents, but you need to provide a guide who is familiar with the terrain. Of course, I know this is very dangerous, so no matter the outcome of the pursuit, the guide will receive 50 large Turry's gold coins and the status of a free citizen. The young Byron looked to be only 18 years old, and was at the age where he was filled with ideals and passion. His mind was filled with the worship of heroic figures, and thus he didn't hesitate to pursue the necromancer, and was even willing to offer a generous reward. In his eyes, an evil necromancer would definitely add a lot of color to his upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. After all, in Oriar, spellcasters had always been synonymous with strength and wisdom. If there was a knight who could kill a wanted magus in his lifetime, it would definitely be a supreme glory. Seeing the excitement in Byron's eyes, Serena couldn't help but hold her forehead and complain to her companions beside her. "Oh, heavens, it's starting again. Do any of you still remember how many unnecessary matters this Baron's son has meddled in ever since he became an official knight? All right, shut up. Have you forgotten the oath you swore during the knighthood ceremony? Extending a helping hand to those in need is a kind of virtue. You should immediately express your respect and not talk nonsense here." Another old knight with a short white beard, who looked to be around 50 years old, reprimanded in a low voice. It was obvious that his position in the team was rather high. Serena was scolded to the point where she couldn't raise her head, but she still didn't dare to refute, and revealed a listless look. Old Barlow sighed slightly and asked the Baron's son, "Are you sure you can fulfill your promise? Especially the part about being a free citizen. If you can, then I can introduce you to an outstanding guide and hunter. In the past few years, he has traveled almost all over the Black Forest and the outskirts of the frozen wasteland, and has even personally hunted powerful creatures like the mammoth, the winter wolf, and the snow bear." "Of course. I swear on my family's reputation. Quickly tell me, who is this guide?" After Byron made his promise, he immediately asked impatiently, "As someone who grew up in a castle less than 60 kilometers away from Lonely Mountain Town, he knew too well how powerful the winter wolf, mammoth, and snow bear were. Even an official knight would find it difficult to win against them in the wild. The person who could kill them must have a powerful individual strength, and who knows, he might even be able to recruit him under his father, Baron Iverson." Chapter 11. That's him. Old Baylor waved at the red-haired youth, who was dozing off against the wall. "Andre, come here quickly. Haven't you always wanted to become a free citizen? Now your chance is here." Hearing the mayor's summon, Andre yawned and stood up calmly. He shook off the dust on his body and walked through the crowd. As he hadn't rested for 2 consecutive days, he didn't look very energetic. Byron carefully observed the youth's physical condition and immediately asked Baylor, "Are you joking? Mr. Mayor, he's still a child, and his physical fitness isn't very good. How could he have killed wild beasts like the mammoth, the winter wolf, and the snow bear?" "I know this is unbelievable, but it's the truth. He just killed an adult mammoth 2 days ago, and there should still be a pair of tusks in the grocery store. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head as he explained. Seeing Baylor's serious expression, Byron felt that he wasn't lying, so he frowned and asked, "Child, your name is Andre, right? Tell me, how did you kill those powerful wild beasts?" Andre smiled and pointed at his head as he replied, "It's very simple. I relied on my intelligence. As long as I dig a trap and formulate a strategy to lure them in, it's not difficult to capture these fellows. Also, don't call me a child. I'm already 14, and you don't look much older than me." Byron was instantly attracted by the youth's self-confidence. It was the first time he had seen a commoner who didn't feel inferior in front of him, especially that pair of wise eyes. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. After a while, the Baron's son came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. "You're very special and very confident. It seems that Mr. Mayor was right. Are you very familiar with the terrain in this area? Of course. I'm the best hunter in the entire lonely mountain town. As long as you don't go deep into the frozen wasteland, there won't be any problems. As he spoke, Andre took out a rough piece of animal skin from his bosom. The entire Black Forest and the map of the frozen wasteland were drawn on it with animal blood. The old knight who had just reprimanded Serena rushed forward and grabbed the animal skin to examine it carefully. He then asked loudly, "Where did this come from? Are the landforms and beasts marked here accurate?" Andre shrugged and replied, "I drew the map myself when I was out hunting. Maybe there are some differences in size, but not too much. As for the beasts, it's hard to say because they are constantly on the move and rarely stay in one place for a long time." He did not understand why the old knight in front of him was so excited and nervous. Wasn't it just a rough sketch? Could it be that this world was so backward that it didn't even have a complete world map? "Sir, I suggest you buy this map immediately. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It's too important to your family," the old knight said as he bowed to the Baron's son. "Say no more, Sir Alfonso. I understand its importance." Byron turned his head and stared at the red-haired youth with a very serious expression on his face. "Name your price, my friend. I need this map, and you can get what you want, friendship with the Clovis family." Andre, who had an innocent look on his face, did not understand what was wrong with these people. Why were they so interested in a rough map? But with the principle of not taking advantage of a bastard, he did not hesitate to state his conditions. "I know the training methods of feudal knights. Is that okay?" Byron was stunned for a moment when he heard this request. Then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha! My friend, the training methods of feudal knights are not a secret. You just have to go to the castle and spend 100 tourist gold coins to sign up, and you will immediately receive systematic training. But without the one-on-one guidance of a real knight, almost no one can cross the last hurdle and break through the limits of the human body. So, I suggest you change your request." "It's okay. I just want to know more." Andre did not seem to regret it at all. In fact, he wanted to test the system's reaction to see if he could be promoted after mastering the complete knowledge of the class. This was related to his future growth space, and was far more important than any material reward. No one had expected that this young man would be so stubborn that he would give up the wealth and status at his fingertips and choose what seemed to be the most useless thing. Even the old mayor kept winking at him. "Are you sure?" Byron asked hesitantly. Andre nodded without hesitation. "I am very sure." "Very well. I will tell you the training methods of feudal knights in the next few days. Soldier, bring us a horse for our guide. We will set off immediately." Soon, under Byron's shouts, a soldier brought over a white frost war horse unique to the north. This was a breed of horse known for its endurance. Although its charging speed could not compare to the tall horses of the south, it could carry a knight wearing heavy armor for long-distance raids. It was very popular in the north. Andre stroked the horse's neck and then turned over to sit firmly on the saddle. From his practiced movements, it was obvious that he was already an expert. He deliberately ignored the worried gazes of his family members and steeled his heart to turn the horse around and head out of the town. He knew that he did not belong here, and the small, lonely mountain town could not satisfy his thirst for freedom, adventure, and excitement. With the addition of the guide, the entire cavalry troop changed direction within a few minutes, following the footprints of the undead towards the north. They entered the dense Black Forest before nightfall. Relying on the tracking skills he had honed from hunting, Andre easily caught the scent of decay left behind by the undead creatures. However, as the sky grew darker, the troop had no choice but to stop and set up camp. It did not take long for a bonfire to be lit. Sitting by the bonfire, Byron ate dried meat and bread while excitedly saying, "Excellent! The accuracy of this map of yours completely exceeded my expectations. From the path we just walked, there is almost no error. Can you tell me what method you used to draw it?" Technique? There is no technique, just relying on the naked eye to observe and then record it. I am too familiar with this forest, so the drawing is naturally more accurate. André calmly avoided the question. He would not tell outsiders that he used the geometric principles of Earth to calculate the distance and angle of observation. Chapter 12. Byron's actions were equivalent to telling André that this world was rather backward in terms of mapping. Perhaps geometry, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other aspects were also a blank slate. As long as he could make good use of this knowledge, he would be able to make a name for himself sooner or later. Of course, the most important thing now was to quickly understand the use of the system, especially the part regarding professions. Only by grasping a superior power could he live better in this world filled with supernatural powers. Even though Byron had already mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but sigh when he heard the negative answer. Sigh, "All right, it seems like I was too greedy. After dinner, I'll have Serena explain to you about the training methods of feudal knights." Damn it, why me? The female knight widened her eyes, her dissatisfaction evident in her words. It's very simple. When imparting knowledge, a beautiful female knight is more pleasing to the eye. Furthermore, I hope that André will receive the best service for his efforts. Do you have any other questions? Byron narrowed his eyes threateningly after he finished speaking. He had long found Serena, who complained all day long, an eyesore, and thus wanted to take this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Even though she was extremely angry, the female knight still gritted her teeth and endured it. "All right, I'll provide good service to this cute little brother after dinner." Looking at the female knight's fierce gaze, André felt that he was the perfect example of being unjustly implicated. His face was filled with a helpless, bitter smile. He was very clear that he was only the target of her anger, and that the root of it was the Baron's son, who had an excessive sense of justice. However, it was also thanks to this fellow that André was able to come into contact with the outside world so quickly. Perhaps after completing this mission, he could swagger around the world and see what this magical continent was like. After a simple dinner, the oldest knight, Alfonso, stood up and began to patrol the entire campsite. He also arranged for people to take turns to keep watch. Byron and another knight took off the saddles of the war horses, chewed on their heads, and fed them some rye. Only Serena remained by the campfire with an unfriendly expression. André sighed slightly and asked, "Madam, can we begin?" "Of course. Aren't I sitting here to provide you with superior service?" Serena deliberately replied in an eccentric manner. "There's no need for you to be hostile towards me. I'm just an ordinary forest hunter. I don't have any power that's superior to others, nor do I have any social status. I'm not a threat to anyone. I just want to obtain the identity of a free citizen and some knowledge of the outside world. If you don't like me, just tell me. I can ask the other knights for advice." André said in a very calm tone. His life experience in his previous life made him far more mature than he looked, so he knew that the best thing to do in this situation was to make things clear and make things chaotic. Otherwise, the female knight's hatred for him would only grow as time passed, and it would be too late to solve it by then. Serena clearly didn't expect the young man before her to be so direct. Her face instantly flushed red, and she placed one hand on the hilt of her sword as if she could draw her weapon and kill the person who offended her at any moment. It should be known that knights were already in the ranks of nobles, and they had a lot of privileges. The most important one was that if they accidentally killed a commoner, they could be forgiven by paying a sum of compensation. It was because of this that the commoners had always been in awe of these rulers who had the power to control life and death. After all, there wasn't a clear standard to judge accidentally killed. Even if one drew his sword and killed someone in front of countless people, it could be completely explained away as accidentally touching the opponent while practicing martial arts. However, the female knight didn't take action in the end. Instead, she took a deep breath and let out a soft laugh. You're right. I'm just venting my dissatisfaction with Byron on you. But boy, you're really brave. Aren't you afraid of death? I'm not afraid, because I can see that such a beautiful and valiant lady like you wouldn't be an unreasonable person. You're just temporarily affected by your anger, and you should be able to wake up soon. Andre flattered without batting an eyelid. Although he looked very calm on the surface, his underwear under the animal skin was already soaked in sweat. Perhaps there really were warriors in this world who didn't fear death, but that definitely didn't include himself. Hee, what a sweet mouth. I now understand why Byron likes you. Just this quick-witted and adaptable ability to adapt to changing situations is worth paying attention to. I really can't imagine that you're only 14 years old this year. Serena, who had put aside her prejudices, began to look at the red-haired youth in front of her with an admiring gaze. In her 25 years of life, she had never seen such a special person. As a mountain person who was second only to slaves, he didn't have the slightest sense of inferiority. His physical fitness was obviously terrible, but he was so confident, especially that pair of blue eyes, which were as calm as the surface of a lake without ripples. Andre smiled and shrugged his shoulders. I can't help it. All of this is for the sake of survival. When I was 10 years old, I became an abandoned child due to the lack of food at home. I led a group of similar abandoned children to struggle in the wilderness. In order to survive, we had to stimulate all of our potential. Grass roots, tree bark, bloody raw meat, raw fish that had just been caught from the ice. We didn't let anything that could be eaten go. After dark, everyone slept in the trees to avoid wild beasts. In the end, everyone miraculously survived, and I was their leader at that time. Every time he recalled the experience of the first winter after he had transmigrated, his entire person would become different. In fact, it was precisely that kind of difficult environment that had created his current tenacious character. It could be said that his strong will to survive had created all of this. Serena was a little entranced by the story. After a long while, she sighed softly. It's a wonderful story, but the content is rather cruel. I believe that you must be very proud. Even as a knight, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to survive the entire winter in the Black Forest. It's nothing. Suffering is the most precious experience in life. As long as you get through it, you'll realize that those small difficulties in life are nothing. All right, let's stop the idle chatter. May I ask if we can get to the main topic? Seeing that he had successfully dispelled the female knight's hostility, Andre didn't want to waste any more words and went straight to the main topic. Ever since he had seen the terrifying physical strength of the feudal knights, he couldn't wait to know what had created these humanoid monsters. Chapter 13. Of course, I guarantee that you will feel the best service. After teasing the young man with a half-joking tone, Serena quickly got down to business. She began to explain the training of the feudal knights in detail, sometimes even standing up to demonstrate personally. Not long after, the two of them were talking and laughing. Many people who saw this scene had a strange expression on their faces. Oh my God! Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That she-devil Serena is actually smiling. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to that red-haired boy? A knight secretly asked his companion, "Who knows? Maybe she likes young boys who are still underage. Otherwise, why is she still single at the age of 25? Another knight speculated maliciously. In fact, these soldiers were not the only ones who had the same thought. Even the Baron's son, Byron, opened his mouth wide in shock. "Sir Alfonso, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that really Serena? Why does it feel like another person?" The old knight stroked the short beard on his chin, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. "It seems that our guide does have some skills. You must know that to tame a wild horse, not only does one need to possess the corresponding strength, but also extraordinary intelligence." "Ha ha ha. Sir, this analogy is very appropriate. It seems that you must be an expert in this field." Byron laughed and patted the old man's shoulder. "But in the long run, this might not be a bad thing. If Serena really marries a commoner, then you at least don't have to worry that the fief you have bestowed upon her will be swallowed up by other nobles." After saying that, Alfonso leaned against a tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest silently. Even though the feudal knight had a strong physique, he was after all old, and his energy was no longer comparable to a young man's. Furthermore, he did not know how many days the pursuit would last, so he tried to rest as much as he could to accumulate more energy. As the night grew deeper, most of the people had already fallen asleep. Other than the soldiers on night watch, only Serena and Andre were still sitting by the campfire and discussing in low voices. In fact, Andre, who had not rested for the past 2 days, was already so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open. However, the notifications in his retina forced him to stay awake. After all, the earlier he had a profession, the more protection he would have in this dangerous world. Receiving information about the feudal knight's profession. Please pay attention and maintain focus. Current progress 35%. However, humans were not machines after all. After another half an hour, the young man, who was already at the end of his rope, finally lost consciousness unknowingly. Not long after, he began to snore softly. The female knight couldn't help but smile and shake her head. She muttered to herself, "What an interesting person. You make people forget about your age. Good night, Sir Little Lord." The Black Forest in autumn was not peaceful, especially at night. All sorts of insects and frogs were chirping loudly, and occasionally 1 or 2 beast roars could be heard from afar. However, it wasn't a threat to the party that was resting. Normal beasts and wolves didn't dare to approach them. The dangerous aura that the 4 feudal knights emitted was enough to make the sensitive beasts avoid them. However, no one noticed that a cloud of black smoke suddenly emerged from behind a pine tree not far away. It kept changing as if it was alive. Not long after, it formed a whirlpool that seemed to lead to another place. Suddenly, a person appeared in the center of the whirlpool. He looked extremely terrifying. His entire face was just skin and bones, and his hair was covered with maggots and lice. His eyes were constantly flashing with an evil light. He observed the situation in the camp from above. Half a minute later, he let out a creepy laugh. He, he. Living people. So many living people. And there are 4 of them. Wonderful. Wonderful. With so many test subjects, I'll definitely be able to complete the final research. Come quickly. I must obtain immortality. Victor III, your descendants will die by my hands one by one, and your kingdom will be destroyed in the chaos. Just you wait. Just you wait. Once I obtain immortality, I will immediately begin to realize all of this. There was no trace of life in the voice. It sounded like it came from the world of the dead. Although it was loud, the soldiers on night duty didn't seem to hear it at all. Only Andre, who was sleeping soundly, frowned slightly. The black smoke came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared, leaving not even a trace behind. It was obvious that this team under Baron Iverson had been targeted by a powerful evil force. However, no one knew about this. Bane, who was in charge of leading the team, was still dreaming of killing the necromancer and receiving praises from countless people. Danger had arrived. Andre would never have dreamt that an originally easy mission would have unexpected complications. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Andre, who hadn't rested enough, was woken up by Serena. After cleaning himself up, the group ate some dry rations and continued to follow the traces of the undead, all the way to the northwest. As the weather was particularly good these few days, there was neither rain nor snow. Therefore, the traces left behind by the undead creatures were very clear. There was no need to look for it to be seen clearly, especially the black liquid that emitted a rotten smell. It was as conspicuous as a light in the night. After 3 days of hurrying, they finally passed through the dense dark forest and arrived at the more dangerous perimeter of the frozen wastelands. Looking at the vast expanse of barren land, Andre exhaled a breath of white air. He turned his head and said to Byron, "This is the furthest I've ever been. If we go any further, we'll reach the unknown territory. I personally suggest that we don't go any further. Otherwise, if we encounter a large-scale orc tribe, the cavalry alone won't be enough. In addition, the winter wolves and snow bears are also a big problem. Once we meet them, we'll definitely die." "Damn it! Are we giving up after chasing for so long?" Byron waved his fist forcefully, a trace of unwillingness on his face. It was obvious that this young man, who had yet to suffer any setbacks, couldn't accept such an outcome. He longed to bring the necromancer's head back, and not give up halfway like now. Alfonso glanced at the depressed expression of the Baron's son and sighed slightly. "Sigh, can't we really go a little further? After all, we've already chased this far. It's too much of a pity to give up just like this." The old knight was well aware of how big of a threat a necromancer could pose. Therefore, he didn't want to give up so easily. Moreover, killing a spellcaster was a rare glory for every feudal knight. Chapter 14. Cough, cough. It's possible, but we can only walk for one more day. If we don't find our target, then we can only give up. Because cough, cough. The depths of the frozen wasteland is a forbidden area. Apart from a few orcs who can withstand the cold, no human can survive here. Let's set up camp and rest for today. It's safer here. Seeing that no one wanted to give up, Andre could only go with the flow and agree to explore further. He had no choice. Who asked them to not grant him the status of a free citizen? In order to be able to travel around in the future, he could only endure for now. As the further north they went, the colder it got. His old problem of coughing got worse. Every time he breathed in the cold air, his lungs felt as if they were on fire. "No problem. You're the guide. We'll listen to you." Byron waved his hand, indicating that they could stop and set up camp. The soldiers who had been on the road for a day dismounted and went to the low shrubs to chop wood. It didn't take long for a bonfire to be lit. Fortunately, it wasn't winter. Otherwise, in this endless plain, the whistling cold wind would extinguish any fire. Just like a few days ago, after eating some jerky and hard bread, Andre got together with the female knight and continued to learn about the feudal knight's training methods. However, he looked particularly excited at this moment because the progress had reached 95%. This also meant that today was the last lesson. Receiving information about the feudal knight's profession, current progress, 96%, 97%, 99%, 100%. You have obtained all the information about the feudal knight profession. Do you want to read it? Looking at the scrolling information on his retina, Andre's heart was filled with excitement. He silently clicked yes. Soon, a long list of information popped up. Advanced profession, feudal knight. Prerequisite, warrior level 5. Faction requirement, must be orderly. Minimum attribute requirement, strength 14, constitution 12. Description, feudal knights are the guardians of the feudal system. They are the sword and shield in the hands of the nobles. Not only are they good at wearing heavy armor and using various weapons, but they are also excellent commanders. Especially when they urge their mounts to charge, they can defeat almost any enemy. After carefully reading the requirements of the feudal knight profession, Andre couldn't help but curse in his heart. Obviously, 4 days of hard work had been wasted. With his pitiful 7 points of strength and 8 points of vitality, not to mention a feudal knight, even a warrior would have a hard time successfully transitioning into a warrior. Considering his own attributes, perhaps he could only become a mage. However, mages were not cabbages. According to the books he had read, there were very few mages on the continent. If one wanted to obtain enough knowledge, they would have to become an apprentice. That was something that even the nobles had to use their connections to get in. No matter how talented a villager was, it would be a pipe dream. Hey, why are you suddenly so dejected? Could it be that you feel that you have no hope of becoming a knight? Serena asked with a smile, as she acutely sensed the change in the young man's mood. Through these few days of interaction, the relationship between the two had rapidly warmed up. Moreover, for some unknown purpose, Byron had been constantly creating opportunities for them to be alone. Most people could see that the Baron's son was trying to matchmake them. However, Andre's mind was currently filled with questions about freedom and his profession. He simply didn't notice these details. He didn't even notice some of the little thoughts that the female knight had displayed. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly saw a black cloud appear above his head. Moreover, it was descending at an extremely fast speed. Without thinking too much, he immediately stood up and shouted, "There's a situation above us. Quickly wake up. Everyone get up." Damn it! What is this? Catherine also noticed the abnormality above her head. She immediately drew her sword and stared nervously at the sky. Following the alarm, everyone who had been sleeping soundly woke up. When they saw the black cloud descending from the sky, they immediately revealed a panicked expression. For a moment, the entire camp was in a mess. What was more frightening was that the war horses seemed to have been frightened by something. They struggled with all their might, and once they pulled off the ropes, they would turn around and run without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all the cavalrymen had become infantry. Just as everyone was at a loss, the black cloud in the sky suddenly transformed into the shape of a human face. It was followed by a sinister and terrifying laughter. "Hee hee hee. You're finally here, my cute test subjects. You should know that I've been waiting impatiently for the past few days." "What the hell are you? I order you to show your true form immediately." Byron raised his sword and shouted. "Who are you?" The human face revealed a sarcastic expression. "I'm the necromancer you've been looking for." "How is it? Are you surprised? To be honest, I really admire your courage. You actually want to kill me with so few people. Stop struggling and obediently become my test subjects." As soon as he finished speaking, the black cloud descended from the sky, rapidly wreaking havoc among the crowd. Anyone who accidentally breathed in even the slightest bit of it would immediately fall unconscious. In just a few minutes, all of the ordinary soldiers had fallen unconscious. Only the 4 knights had managed to hold their breath until now due to their powerful physiques. However, they couldn't hold on for much longer. The black cloud couldn't be harmed by physical attacks, and as long as one was a human, they couldn't hold their breath forever. after the black cloud rushed into the camp. Andre had been hiding behind a tree. He soaked his clothes with water and covered his mouth to breathe. According to the knowledge he learned from Earth, this could at least solve most of the poisonous gases. However, he had obviously forgotten that this was a magical world. Not everything could be solved with the so-called scientific method. The terrifying black smoke was different from the poisonous gases. Even if he covered his nose and mouth with a wet cloth, he would still be able to breathe in a little bit. At this moment, he only felt that his limbs were stiff and his head was heavy. It was as if he was anesthetized. His consciousness became more and more blurred. The only thing he saw before he fell unconscious was Byron taking out a bottle of white potion from nowhere and sprinkling it on the black smoke. Suddenly, there was a dazzling light, and then he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Andre suddenly heard someone calling his name. It was repeated over and over again, and he seemed to hear someone screaming. Suddenly, he shivered and finally lifted his heavy eyelids. The first thing he saw was a dark dungeon. All the soldiers were hung in the air, with their hands and feet firmly bound by ropes. Their eyes were filled with despair and fear. Just when he wanted to move his stiff body, he realized that he was no different from everyone else. Chapter 15. This bone-chilling voice caused Andre to subconsciously shiver, because he could tell that this was the voice of the Baron's son, Byron. He was afraid that he was being cruelly tortured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. A few minutes later, an orc corpse with a green stone embedded in its head dragged the half-dead Byron back to the dungeon. This originally elegant youth could no longer be called human. His stomach had been completely cut open, and his internal organs and blood vessels were stained with large amounts of an unknown brown liquid. His 2 eyes had been gouged out at an unknown time, and his bloody eye sockets were crawling with black maggots. Miserable. Too miserable. Seeing this scene, Andre felt his scalp go numb, and his entire body trembled slightly. An indescribable fear instantly occupied his brain. He felt that becoming food for the wild beasts in the forest was 100 times better than Byron's current state. As the saying goes, the more one fears something, the more it will happen. Just as he was racking his brains to think of a way to escape, the sluggish corpse suddenly walked towards him. Without any superfluous words, the undead directly unlocked his shackles and carried him out. "No, let me go. You damned fatty." Andre began to struggle with all his might. Even though he was already doing his best, his strength was nothing compared to the undead's boundless strength. After passing through a sinister and crooked corridor, the space suddenly opened up. It was different from the room filled with cruel torture instruments that he had expected. This place looked more like a laboratory. Various translucent glass bottles, beakers, and animal and human specimens were soaked in huge glass jars. Above his head was a crystal lamp that emitted a dazzling white light. A skinny old man dressed in a black robe was recording something. He looked so focused that he didn't notice that someone had come. Snake's tail grass, black root, troll bones, winter wolf stomach, living human heart. Everything looks fine, but why can't it achieve the desired effect? The old man dressed in a black robe was using a quill to record something on a piece of parchment, while muttering to himself in a low voice. It sounded like he was concocting a type of potion, and a very powerful one at that. Andre's brain stored the book Introduction to Potioneering. The first part of the book had a lot of introductions about materials, so it was easy for him to distinguish the effects of all the materials. In particular, the troll's bone, the winter wolf's microcapsule, and the living human's heart represented 3 different attributes, which looked very strange. The first material, troll bones, represented regeneration in potions. Trolls were humanoid creatures that could survive even if they were ground into a pulp. According to legends, only fire and acid could kill them. Therefore, their bones were often used to concoct magic potions that could heal wounds and recover physical strength. The second material was the winter wolf's stomach pouch. This type of large, snow-white canine was extremely cunning, almost as smart as a human. André was lucky enough to kill one through a trick. He knew that the winter wolf could spit out a fan-shaped blast of cold air in a critical situation, which could almost instantly kill a person. The organ that emitted the cold air was the stomach pouch. Its attribute was cold, and it was used to make some sticky grease, which could be smeared on weapons to increase the cold damage. As for the last material, the living human heart, it was a taboo. Introduction to potions mentioned on the last page. It represented the process of turning from life to death. If mixed with black root and snake's tail grass, it would immediately become the most fatal poison. Just a small spoonful could instantly kill a creature as big as a mammoth. In order to not end up in the same miserable state as Byron, André's brain spun rapidly. He knew that he had to find the problem with the potion before the terrifying old man reacted. This was the only way to temporarily escape danger, and there was only one chance. If he missed it, then his end would be very miserable. Time passed by minute, because there was no timer or anything like that. It gave André the illusion that a day was like a year. Sometimes he even thought of just giving up. In any case, the worst that could happen was death. Maybe after dying, he could return to Earth, which was 100 times better than staying in this barbaric and backward place. But in the end, his strong survival instinct prevailed. He continued to search his brain for all the knowledge about potions. Although the whole book was in his mind, it was obviously not something that could be found in a short while. Suddenly, the old man in black slowly raised his head, revealing a skinny face that looked like a skeleton, especially the pair of dark green eyes and the sunken eye sockets. It was as if he was dead without the slightest bit of life. Ah, another test subject has arrived, just in time to try out a new ratio. Maybe this time it will be better. As he spoke, he grabbed a bottle of brown liquid from the table and approached step by step with the dagger in his hand. Seeing the sharp dagger getting closer and closer to himself, André's whole body was soaked in sweat. Just as the old man was about to rip open his clothes, he finally couldn't help but shout, "Stop! Quickly stop! Even if you change the ratio, your potion won't succeed. Stabilizer. Your potion lacks a stabilizer that can fuse 3 completely different materials together." You actually know about potions? The terrifying old man stopped what he was doing and stared at the red-haired youth. "Yes, that's right. Cough, cough. I self-studied the book Introduction to Potions." André didn't dare to hesitate. He nodded desperately, afraid that the cold dagger would stab into his stomach. He. The old man let out a strange laugh and threw the dagger back on the table. He then raised the brown glass bottle in his hand. "Tell me what materials can be used to make a stabilizer. If you are right, I will make an exception and let you live." André gasped for breath, allowing sweat to flow down his face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "There are many stabilizers in potions, but there are very few that can fuse death, cold, and regeneration together. There are less than 30 types. I will try them one by one, and I will find the right formula." In fact, his understanding of potions was completely on paper. He didn't have any practical experience, so he could only rely on this method to muddle through. Anyway, the situation was already so bad that it couldn't get any worse. He might as well use his hands and feet to survive. Chapter 16. The old man rubbed the dry skin on his chin and pondered for a few seconds. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha! That's right. You're right. It's only 30 types. Even if I test them one by one, It'll only take a few months. Immortality. I'm one step closer to true immortality. Seeing that he had finally passed the first test, Andre's entire body went limp. If it wasn't for the fact that his nerves were tough from hunting in the wild for a long time, he would have peed his pants by now. Now he understood that those tough men who would rather die than submit on the screen before he transmigrated were all lies. Just now, the dagger had not caused any damage, but the brain had already forced the body to react so strongly. If it had really been stabbed, it would have been terrible. After all, it was one thing to be injured by a wild beast during a hunt, but it was another thing to be trapped in the same place and be slaughtered. The former could be used to vent the fear, but the latter could do nothing but watch helplessly. The feeling of powerlessness was enough to break one's spirit. The old man in the black robe laughed for a while. He waved his hand casually, and the rope on the boy's body seemed to come alive, dancing and unraveling itself. The power of magic. Andre immediately realized what had happened. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear, but at the same time, there was also a trace of desire to possess. Although he had read about magic in books before, this was the first time he had seen it at such a close distance. Oh, no, this was the second time. Perhaps the black cloud that took down the entire cavalry formation was also some kind of magic. Looking at the boy's shining eyes, the old man nodded with satisfaction. Very good, child. You've won yourself a chance to live, but don't be happy too early. You only have 3 days. In these 3 days, I don't care what method you use, but you have to filter out at least 2 stabilizers that have a certain effect. Otherwise, your status will immediately change from an assistant to a test subject. Remember, don't let me down, or else, don't worry. I won't let you down. Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, Andre immediately patted his chest and promised loudly. Hee. Good. I like your confidence. From now on, the library, the alchemy room, and the warehouse are all open to you. If you need, you can even use the animals in the cages for your experiments. After that, the old man ignored everyone and picked up a pen and paper to write something down. Andre bowed respectfully and ran towards the library without saying anything. Although he had just escaped danger, he could not wait to go to the library and see if there were any books on mages because there was not much time left. Not long after the red-haired youth left, a black bat descended from the sky and landed on the old man's shoulder, letting out a few ear-piercing screeches. Quiet. Calm down, Cole. I know that kid has some strong intentions, but it doesn't matter. After all, some things can only be determined after trying. Anyway, there's no way he can escape from my control. At most, I'll just waste 3 days. The old man stroked the bat's head and muttered to himself. On the other side, Andre passed through a dark and narrow passage and finally arrived at the so-called library. In fact, there were only 6 bookshelves here, with no more than 500 books. According to Earth standards, it was at most a private library. However, because the books bound with parchment were large and heavy, they took up a lot of space. Without any hesitation, he picked up the ladder and started searching for what he wanted from the first bookshelf. At this moment, he was truly grateful to the grocery merchant, Latte, who taught him the common language. 500 books was not a lot, but it was not a little either. After 15 minutes, Andre finally found what he was looking for. It was a book with a cover called Magic, Enlightenment. Excited, he couldn't wait to turn to the first page and saw the words written on it. Everything in this world can be explained by arcane magic. It is the truth of the universe. Please remember it well, because only a mage who firmly believes in this can walk further on the path of magic. Augusta represents the truth of the universe. Sounds impressive, Andre muttered softly as he continued flipping. Soon, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the information he had been dreaming of popped up in his retina. Receiving information about the mage profession. Current progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. As he read more and more content, the speed of the system's acceptance grew faster and faster. Unknowingly, Andre lost track of time and was completely immersed in the sea of mystical knowledge. He did not notice at all that an eye was staring at him from the upper right corner of the library. He chose Magic Enlightenment for the first book. That's pretty straightforward. The black-robed old man stared at the image transmitted back from the crystal ball, a sarcastic smile on his skeletal face. I thought he would pretend to read something else first. Forget it. No one in this world can become a mage just by reading books. Without a real mage's one-on-one guidance and careful education, he won't even be able to pass the first stage. After saying that, he turned off the image and continued with the work at hand. However, he did not notice that the moment the image in the crystal ball was turned off, a blinding light suddenly appeared on Andre's body. A large amount of magical elements in the air surged into the young man's body like a tide, especially the eye-shaped tattoo on the back of his hand. It seemed to have opened a little, looking very strange. When the strong light dimmed, Andre slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened the system to check his status. Name: Androrace, human alignment, neutral, good attributes, strength, 7 agility, 15 vitality, 8 intelligence, 18 perceptive sense, 12 charm, 11 profession, mage level 1, note: any magical items, potions, or scrolls created by this profession will consume a portion of the unallocated experience points according to the level and difficulty. In addition, mages cannot wear armor or helmets, as they will not only cause inconvenience, but also cause the casting of spells to fail. Experience required to level up: 0/1000 number of memorizable arcane spells. Level 0, 3 level 1, 2 currently mastered arcane spells. 0 HP. 3/4 injured state experience points. 2745 unallocated. Ability points. 2 as a human, you can obtain an additional ability point when you reach level 1. Attribute points. 0 mastered abilities. Potioneering beginner. Chapter 17. Seeing that his profession had finally become a mage, his excitement was beyond words. He waved his fist fiercely. Finally, I'm no longer a powerless, ordinary person. The power of arcane magic is now flowing within my body. What I need to do next is to create a spellbook according to the method recorded in the book, and then I'll be able to use this supernatural power. After taking a deep breath, Andre used up his ability points and chose magical item creation and scroll copying. If he didn't have the former, he wouldn't be able to create his own spell book, and if he didn't have the latter, he wouldn't be able to copy spells into the book. As for the experience points, he didn't dare to use them for the time being, because he didn't know how much it would cost to create a spell book. After completing all this, the youth's taut nerves finally relaxed a little. Although he wasn't completely out of danger, the faint arcane magic in his body was like a calming pill, giving him an inexplicable sense of security. All right, first, I need a piece of leather, preferably the leather of a magical beast. Next, I need to collect magic scrolls. After putting Magic Enlightenment back on the bookshelf, Andre secretly calculated the things he needed to prepare. In the end, he tragically found that 3 days was far from enough. Moreover, even if he prepared everything in 3 days, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the black-robed old man. Damn it! Looks like I need to buy some more time. Calm down. Don't be rash. You'll definitely be able to escape alive. After forcefully suppressing the idea of putting all his eggs in one basket, he obediently picked up a book that introduced the characteristics of alchemy materials from the bookshelf and read it word by word. As a soul that came from an era of overconfidence, Andre was very clear that if he wanted to find a stabilizer, he would have to start from scratch. After all, Introduction to Potioneering was only an introductory book, and the descriptions of the various characteristics were too simple. There was no knowledge in the world that could be built out of thin air, but he was confident that with the help of the system, he would be able to learn what he needed within a day and a half, and use the remaining day and a half to experiment. At least, he had to deal with the black-robed old man first. Not eating, not drinking, not sleeping, the threat of death made the youth burst forth with all the potential in his body and crazily absorbed the knowledge in the book. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly found a note beside him, and on it was written, "You still have a day and a half, child." There was no signature or content, but he knew that this was the black-robed old man's ultimatum. If he couldn't produce results by then the miserable state of the Baron's son, Baron Byron, would be the best example. Andre took a deep breath, closed the book in his hand, and walked straight to the alchemy room. In fact, from the moment he opened his eyes until now, he still couldn't figure out where he was at this moment. The winding and dark passage seemed to have been dug out from the ground. If not for the clear signs at every intersection, he wouldn't have been able to find the right way. The place that the black-robed old man had built was like a huge enclosed space. He couldn't see the scenery outside, and there wasn't a single ray of sunlight coming in. In such an environment, the body's biological clock was easily disrupted. The feeling of time being disrupted was especially uncomfortable. As soon as he entered the alchemy room, Andre was immediately shocked by what he saw. Exquisite scales, glass test tubes of different sizes, alcohol furnaces, thermometers made of unknown materials, beakers, flasks, distilling flasks, funnels, measuring cylinders with scales, metal filters, brackets, pliers. In addition, there were also materials placed on shelves with labels on them. Some of them were placed in translucent bottles, and some were soaked in a strange solution. It was very different from a chemistry laboratory. After living in this world for 4 years, he had always thought that the civilization of this land was backward and ignorant, but at this moment he knew that he was wrong, and very wrong. From the set of complicated tools and instruments in front of him, he could tell that the mages of Orire had mastered high-end and complex technology. Not to mention those unfamiliar spells, just the results of their research on animals and plants were far superior to that of Earth civilization. Of course, this was also related to the strange species here. At the very least, there were no wolves on Earth that could breathe frost, and no trolls that could still live after being crushed into meat paste. I hope I haven't forgotten the things I learned in chemistry class, Andre laughed self-deprecatingly, and immediately took out the few things he needed from the shelves, and then began to follow the content he learned from the book step by step. After all, he had close to 30 materials to test, and there was only 1.5 days left. As the young man concentrated and began to experiment, within half an hour, there were bursts of explosions, screams, and loud curses coming from the alchemy room. It turned out that making potions was not an easy job, and not everyone could do it well. In a short 30 minutes, he had caused more than 10 accidents, the worst of which was the sudden explosion of a heated glass bottle, and the sharp glass shards pierced into his arm. Although it was not a serious injury, because it was filled with the pustules of a toad, the intense pain was simply unbearable. Although there was no hope of success, Andre still comforted himself by saying, "At least I've eliminated 3 materials that are impossible to succeed." There was no other way. He had to find joy in the midst of misery. Since the situation was already so bad, he could not just hang his head and wait for death. Just as he was about to continue trying, the old man in black's hoarse voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Come to the front hall." Immediately, Andre did not dare to delay, and immediately put down the work at hand, and jogged all the way to the place where he was almost dissected. He saw an unlucky soldier rolling his eyes, and his mouth kept saying, "Ha, ha." His voice sounded as if someone was choking his trachea. His stomach had been cut open, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the floor. The brown potion was slowly flowing along the broken body, and the reason the soldier was still alive was because of the potion. "Tell me, what can you feel from his body?" The old man in black asked without turning his head. His voice was like the cold wind from the frozen wasteland, and instantly made Andre shiver involuntarily. It was an attitude of extreme contempt for life, as if the person in front of him was no more than a pig, a cow, or a domestic animal, and whether he lived or died depended on his own needs. From a certain point of view, this old man could no longer be called a human because he had no trace of humanity to speak of and was simply blasphemous to life. Chapter 18. Suppressing his disgust, Andre stretched out a finger and gently opened the bloody belly. After carefully looking inside, he replied in a low voice, "His internal organs have all been removed. Only his heart is barely beating. The potion you created is replacing the blood as the body's circulatory system. But due to some reason, the potion seems to be a bit too violent, so it seriously damaged the brain." After hearing this, the black-robed old man nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Your observation is very sharp, and you didn't show excessive disgust towards the corpse. I believe that after seeing this potion, you should know what I'm trying to do, right?" "I have some guesses, but I'm not very sure. It seems that you're trying to create a potion that can replace all the internal organs, so that the body will never age." Andre lowered his head and pretended to be cautious. "Hee, you've only guessed a part of it, but for a child who hasn't reached adulthood yet, it's already not easy." As he said this, the old man suddenly moved the skinny skeleton closer. "You know what? Actually, I've been taking the time to observe you these past 2 days. I've been observing you, this little mouse full of ambition. I have to say, your learning ability has completely exceeded my expectations, especially the experiment just now. No matter if it's hands-on or theoretical knowledge, it's very solid. Now, tell me your name and what you've done in the past. Don't try to lie. I'm a necromancer who can control the power of the soul." As soon as his voice fell, the old man's eyes suddenly shot out a strange energy, as if piercing through the youth's body and looking directly into the depths of his soul. He was like a devil who played with the soul, wantonly invading the most private parts of others. Andre only felt that his whole body was dizzy, and the life of the past 4 years was like a slideshow in front of his eyes. At the moment when he was about to cross over, everything suddenly stopped, and then a closed eye appeared in his mind, exactly the same as the tattoo on his hand. Boom! His brain seemed to explode, and all the memories were thrown into a blender like garbage, followed by intense pain. In the next second, the youth finally woke up, gasping for breath, and his whole body was soaked in sweat. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he knew what had just happened. That bastard necromancer was prying into his memories and soul. Although Andre couldn't wait to get up and cut this old fart into 1,000 pieces, he held himself back in the end. The weak didn't have the right to speak loudly. This was a rule that applied to both the previous Earth and the current world. Unfortunately, he was a weakling now, so he could only endure for now and silently wait for an opportunity to take revenge, an abandoned child, a villager, a hunter, a guide, and a lover of books. It seems that although your life is short, it is more exciting than some people's entire lives. No wonder your learning ability is so strong. It seems that you do have the talent to become a mage. Andre, tell me, do you want to be a great necromancer? The black-robed old man glared at Andre. His skinny body instantly released an indescribably terrifying aura. The entire room was enveloped by an invisible force, making it hard for people to breathe. Andre forcibly suppressed the rapidly rising anger in his heart and pretended to be overly frightened. He nodded vigorously and squeezed out a few words from his throat. It would be my honor, as he had already become a low-level arcane mage user. He could feel the surging magical power hidden under the withered body from the other party's terrifying aura. This bloodthirsty and cruel old monster was definitely not an enemy he could deal with right now. The old man immediately revealed a satisfied smile after receiving a satisfactory answer. He directly extended his long and sharp fingernails and scratched the skin on the young man's forehead. Within a few minutes, a smoky skull pattern was formed. Following that, he took out a small pinch of yellow powder from his pocket and lightly sprinkled it on it. At the same time, he chanted an incantation that no one else could understand. Andre only felt his forehead burning and itching. Red beads of blood slowly rolled down from his nose to his cheeks and finally fell to the ground from his chin. He didn't even blink during the entire process, silently enduring this humiliation. He swore in his heart that as long as he had the chance in the future, he would definitely make the old man pay back 1,000 times over. Now that you've been branded with my personal mark, it means that you've become my apprentice and assistant. So I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, and that is, before you help me complete all my plans, you'll never be able to return to the Canteru kingdom again. This is because several of the previous kings of this kingdom are my enemies. He has issued an irrevocable arrest warrant. Remember, apprentice, my name is Ulysses Domer. Speaking of this, the old man's face revealed a trace of malevolence, as if he had recalled some bad memories. His two hands were tightly clenched into fists, as if there was a surge of anger that could not be released. Ulysses Domer? Andre's pupils immediately contracted violently, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He asked in a slightly trembling voice, "You're the necromancer who caused the Bloody New Year incident? The executioner who killed at least 5,000 civilians and half of the nobles in one fell swoop?" One had to know that this was the largest massacre in the Canteru kingdom in the past 200 years. According to official information, the former court archmage, Ulysses Domer, for some unknown reason, had a fierce quarrel with the grandfather of the current king's grandfather, Victor III. As a result, the court archmage launched a terrorist attack that shocked the world during the New Year's celebration. He took advantage of his position to set up a powerful magic circle in the entire palace and used terrifying necromancy magic to kill thousands of people. He also desecrated the corpses of the dead, using them to create chaos and massacre. Fortunately, the forces of the major temples and feudal knights who arrived later joined forces and barely managed to inflict serious damage to him. For this, Victor III flew into a rage and issued an irrevocable arrest warrant. Anyone who could cut off Ulysses Domer's head, regardless of their background, would immediately become a baron of the kingdom and receive a county as a fief. This incident was really a hot topic. Even though Andre lived in lonely mountain town, which was separated from the civilized world, he had heard the local residents talk about it many times. It couldn't be helped. After all, there were so few entertainment activities in Orire. The villagers were running around every day to survive. When they were free, they would talk about some stories and legends, especially such a big incident that caused a sensation in the country. Chapter 19. It was hard to imagine. Even a level 1 feudal knight like Byron could easily carry a weight of more than 200 kilograms. He could cut down trees as thick as a bowl with a swing of his sword. He could run like a heavy tank with his armor, and could even send an adult warhorse flying with a head-on collision. It could be said that their physical fitness had completely surpassed the limits of human beings. In terms of statistics, they had completely surpassed the professional athletes on Earth. But such a group of people had been beaten to a pulp by this skinny old man. If it weren't for the fact that he was alone, the entire capital would have been turned into a ghost town. Seeing the shock in the young man's eyes, Ulysses let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. That's right. I'm the executioner, Victor III. This bastard must pay for his arrogance. I will destroy his country, kill all his descendants, and then drag him out of the grave to resurrect him, kill him, resurrect him, and kill him again. From the old man's crazy words, Andre could feel the hatred and obsession etched in his bones. He was sure that the old man in front of him was no longer in his right mind, especially when it came to his mentality. The only thing that had kept him alive until now was probably his unforgettable hatred. What about the plan? How do you plan to destroy a feudal kingdom with a perfect system? Andre asked, pretending to be concerned. In order to make the old man feel that he had completely changed his role, he even used honorifics. Plan. Ulysses was slightly stunned. Then he waved his withered arms and shouted, "Of course I have a plan. First, I need to perfect the potion. After I obtain immortality, I will kill all the orcs in the frozen wasteland and turn them all into corpses. Then I will build an army to completely destroy the Cantero kingdom and kill everyone who dares to resist me." Perfect, sir. Please allow me to congratulate you in advance for your revenge. Andre placed one hand on his chest and bowed deeply. From the conversation just now, he found a problem. This crazy old man was usually very rational and calm, but when it came to the topic of revenge, he would fall into an uncontrollable madness, a fatal weakness. The young man, who had been a hunter for a few years, noticed this and made a mental note of it, preparing to use it when he launched a counterattack. After venting for a few minutes, Ulysses quickly calmed down and waved his hand gently. "All right, let's not talk about this first. I still have enough time, so I can give you some guidance first. After all, the whole plan is so huge that I need a capable assistant. You have to complete the first step as soon as possible, and that is to become a real magic apprentice. Teacher, I'm already an apprentice, but I haven't learned any magic yet." Andre pretended to be proud of himself. He knew that his current situation was basically safe. It was time for him to display more value so that he could receive more attention and resources. When the time was right, he would immediately launch a fatal blow. As for the grudge between the old man and Victor III, he didn't even bother to ask. "What?" Ulysses immediately turned around, his face filled with unconcealable shock. "You're saying that you've completed the entry level just by reading magic, enlightenment. You're already able to store spells?" One of the main reasons why mages were so rare in this world was because they were especially hard to train. It took at least 2 to 3 years to go from entry level to apprentice, and they also needed to be tutored one-on-one by an official mage. The slightest mistake could lead to death. Therefore, the education system was basically 1 to 2 apprentices per mentor. Of course, those who were more capable could take a few more apprentices at a time, but it was hard to say how many of them would survive in the end. After all, Andre had only made a few potions in the alchemy room that did not involve magic, and there were already a few explosions. If magic was added to the potions, the damage would be unimaginable. "Yes, teacher, I can already store 2 level 0 arcane spells." After receiving another confirmation, Ulysses did not say anything else. He directly took out a rolled-up parchment from his waist pocket and ordered sternly, "Activate the spell on it. Remember, I hate it when people play tricks on me, so you only have 1 chance." "As you wish." Andre bowed slightly and unfolded the parchment. He easily understood the contents on it, and then used a certain method to tap on the pattern on it twice. In an instant, an invisible force field formed around his body. Ulysses quickly grabbed the dagger on the table and threw it with all his might. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the cold gleam of the dagger seemed to hit something just as it was about to hit, and it involuntarily swerved to the right, nailing itself to the back of the chair with a bang. Not bad. The standard armor of a level 1 arcane mage. Looks like you're already an apprentice. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to activate the spell on the scroll. Ulysses excitedly patted the youth's shoulder. Genius. You're the first person I've seen who became an apprentice through self-study. No, teacher. My success doesn't come from talent, but from hard work. I've been reading for the past few years, and the knowledge I obtain from books is the foundation of everything. Andre acted very humbly, pushing all the responsibility to the books he had read. It had to be said that he was very smart. Not only could he get rid of the negative effects of being a genius, but he could also make others think that he was a hardworking person, and thus gain more goodwill from others. Looking at Ulysses' expression, he knew that he was very satisfied. Those pair of eyes that were like those of a dead man even inadvertently showed a trace of praise. Well said. The power of a mage comes from knowledge, and obtaining knowledge requires hard work. Keep it up, and your future will be very bright. Also, it seems like it's time for you to make a spell book. Hearing the words spell book, Andre's heart almost jumped with joy, but on the surface, he still said very respectfully, I'll do as you say. Maybe his performance had won the trust of the necromancer, or maybe Ulysses had other plans. Ulysses shook his head with a playful smile and explained, normally, the skin of a scaled creature is the best choice for a spellbook, but now that we're in the frozen wasteland, it's hard to see any scaled creatures, so we'll just make do with the skin of a winter wolf first. Anyway, when our spellcasting level reaches a certain level, we'll have to change it sooner or later. Chapter 20. There is a living winter wolf in the animal pen now. You can use it yourself. Also, for the next 2 days, you should focus on making spellbooks. Put aside the matter of stabilizers for now. After all, only by mastering the power of arcane magic can you better control all kinds of equipment. After saying that, the necromancer's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Thank you for your generosity. I'll go to the animal pen now. After that, Andre bowed and walked toward the animal pen eagerly. For him, no matter what Ulysses planned, the most important thing was to make the spellbook as soon as possible and master the power of arcane spells. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the ability to resist if something happened. The animal pen was located next to the dungeon. After walking down a cold tunnel, he could see a circular hall immediately. In addition to the entrance, there were a large number of animals around, from sparrows and squirrels to mammoths and snow bears. Almost all the species in the north could be found. There was even a giant spider with a body length of more than 5 meters and covered with long black hair, hiding in a corner. From time to time, it would make a clicking sound that would make one's scalp tingle. Is this the animal pen? It's even more spectacular than the early zoos on Earth. Andre exclaimed with his eyes wide open. The more he understood Ulysses Domer, the more he felt that the other party was simply too powerful. Capturing alive and killing were two different concepts. The former was dozens of times more difficult than the latter. Looking at the dazzling array of animals and magical beasts in front of him, the number and species were beyond imagination. Even Andre had never heard of some of them, let alone seen them. After sighing slightly, he went directly to the cage where the winter wolf was locked. In order to ensure safety, he deliberately left a safe distance of 2 meters. Even though the large white canine was locked up, it could still spit out deadly frosty air. Human, are you here to kill me? The snow-white giant wolf opened its eyes slightly and spoke in standard mainland common language. Yes, I need your skin to make something, so I can only say sorry. Andre didn't show any surprise. Because he had once used a trap to kill a winter wolf. He knew that these fellows had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. As long as they put in a little effort, they could quickly learn the common language of the continent. Winter Wolf cracked a self-deprecating smile. Hee, ever since I was captured, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. Do it. Use the spear to pierce my mouth. Only then can you get an undamaged skin. After saying that, it opened its mouth slightly, showing a look of resignation and waiting for death. However, the youth was not fooled by the facade. After an imperceptible sneer flashed across his face, he suddenly grabbed a javelin from the weapon rack and threw it out. Just as the sharp tip of the javelin was about to hit the target, a white mist instantly appeared in the winter wolf's throat. In the next second, a cone-shaped frost appeared in front of the wolf's mouth, directly freezing the javelin into a lump of ice and falling to the ground with a bang. Andre licked his lips and shrugged at the winter wolf in the cage. I'm afraid I won't be able to get a complete skin. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, it doesn't cost much to make a book. Next, I will choose to use a bow and arrow. No, listen to my explanation. It was just a misunderstanding. I didn't control myself well. Come on, use the spear again. I promise I won't do anything this time. The winter wolf drooped its head and put on a look of regret. For a beast trapped in a cage, being shot to death by a bow and arrow was simply the cruelest and most undignified way to die. More importantly, the whole process was long and painful. I'm sorry, do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think you can trick me into coming to the cage? Save it. I don't have time to play games here. After saying that, Andre picked up a short bow, pulled out an arrow, and shot it without saying anything. There was no room to move or dodge in the narrow cage. The triangular arrowhead stabbed into the target's neck, and blood instantly dyed the snow-white fur red. Awooh! The injured winter wolf began to desperately hit the cage like a madman. It was very clear that if it couldn't get out of the cage, it would definitely be drained of all its blood by the arrows. Andre chuckled and shot the second arrow without hesitation, followed by the third, the fourth. In just a few minutes, he turned the winter wolf's head into a hedgehog. Even when the opponent seemed to be dead, he didn't stop. At this moment, the ruthless side of the hunter was vividly displayed. At the same time, a string of notifications appeared on his retina. Arrow hit enemy. Winter wolf dealt 9 damage. Arrow hit enemy. Winter wolf dealt 6 damage. Target's HP is 0. Dead. Received 500 EXP. Clap, 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 clap. Just as the winter wolf breathed its last, a burst of applause suddenly came from the corridor behind him. Then, Ulysses appeared at the entrance. He looked at the young man's cold eyes approvingly and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. I like this look, and I like the revenge even more. In your heart, there's a beast, a bloodthirsty demon that controls your negative emotions. It's like everyone has another version of themselves hidden in their hearts. Don't suppress it, release it. You'll soon find that the feeling of freedom is irresistible. Release it? Andre frowned and asked. That's right, release it. Anger, brutality, hatred, desire. These emotions have great power, especially for a necromancer. They can make you improve a lot in a short time. Ulysses explained in a hoarse voice. Obviously, he wanted the young man to become as evil, paranoid, and cold as himself. He didn't care about life at all. If Andre really became such a person, then he could only follow this crazy old man to the end. Of course, his current situation wasn't much better. Just the mark on his forehead was enough to make him lose his foothold in the Canteru kingdom. Unless he could find a way to remove it, he wouldn't be able to return home for the rest of his life. At the thought of this, Andre's heart was filled with anger. His eyes quickly became fierce and fierce. However, he didn't lose his mind. He just stood there and breathed quickly. His eyes were filled with anger. Chapter 21. Ulysses noticed the young man's change and thought that he had listened to his advice. He immediately laughed. Ha ha! Yes, that's it. Maybe it will be a little painful at the beginning, but as long as you overcome it, you will gain great power. Take it. This is the magic that must be used to make the spell book. Activate it when you're done. Yes, Andre nodded and put the scroll close to his body. He directly broke open the cage and stabbed the dagger into the neck of the winter wolf. He used a very bloody and cruel way to peel off the best 2 pieces of skin from its abdomen and back. Then he walked to the workshop with the unprocessed fur, without caring about his bloody hands. He knew very well that he had to pretend to be the fiercest and most inhumane person in the near future. Otherwise, the old monster who had been watching him would attack him at any time. Although he had said that he was an apprentice and an assistant. But in fact, according to a book, the so-called apprentices and assistants were just expensive consumables in the eyes of the teachers. If the situation required, they could be assigned to some dangerous experiments at any time. In the end, whether they lived or died depended on luck. Andre did not want to die. At least, he did not want to die like a lab rat. So he had to show the side that Ulysses wanted to see the most. He even forced himself not to listen to the screams when he passed by the dungeon. Survival. Escape. For these 2 goals, he had to temporarily abandon the moral values that he had built in his previous life and completely integrate into this world. As for revenge, he had to act according to the circumstances. He did not think that it would be easy to kill a powerful necromancer. Walking quickly through the cold passage, Andre directly came to the workshop. Without any hesitation, he threw the 2 pieces of bloody leather into the basin and washed them repeatedly. Then he hung the inner layer of the leather and hung it on the rack to dry. The processing of fur was a very complicated process. He strictly followed the description in the book step by step. He also took time to cut off a large piece of winter wolf's meat and roasted it on the stove as food, shaving, soaking, and then uncovering the whole piece of leather layer by layer. Finally, he tanned and dried it. Just this alone took him a whole 5 days. It was only when the thin pieces of leather revealed a yellowish-white color that it was finished. The next step was to cut and bind the book. Using the white fur of a winter wolf as the cover, the slightly crude spellbook was completed. All that was left was to activate it with the power of magic. Phew! Finally, the last step. I hope there won't be any problems. After muttering to himself, Andre took out the scroll that he kept close to him and nervously activated the spell on it. A dazzling multicolored light shot out from his fingertips and accurately hit the spellbook on the table. Hualalalala. The spellbook's pages, the pages of the book, the pages of the book, the book, successfully created the spellbook. Spellbook, Andre's spellbook. Difficulty appraised, difficulty. Forcibly drained 1,500 EXP. This is the first magical item you have successfully created. You will be randomly rewarded with a level 1 arcane scroll. You have received a prismatic spray scroll. In the blink of an eye, Andre found that there was an extra parchment scroll in his hand. He gently opened it, and sure enough, it recorded the spell prismatic spray. This is amazing. It can actually create items out of thin air. Andre looked at the eye-shaped tattoo on his hand and let out a trembling whisper. He couldn't believe that there was such an incredible thing in this world. He even had an impulse to find out. But when he thought of Ulysses, who was watching him from time to time, he suppressed this impulse. He quickly hid the scroll in his boots and walked to the front hall with the spell book. In order to not arouse the necromancer's suspicion, he had to show the necromancer the item he just created. At least, he had to make it look like he had no secrets on the surface. After more than a week without sunlight, Andre's healthy skin had become a little pale. Coupled with the lack of vegetables and salt, some parts of his mouth had begun to have ulcers. His fiery red hair was dirty and oily because it had not been washed for a long time. Perhaps in a few months he would look the same as Ulysses in terms of appearance. As a normal human being, Andre could not imagine how the necromancer could survive. Not to mention the age of the necromancer. Victor III, who was the same age as Ulysses, had been dead for more than 70 years. In other words, the necromancer had lived for at least 130 years. He did not seem to need to eat or drink, and all of his organs were in a state of failure. His body was so thin that it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Could it be that all of this was caused by magic? Could magic make people live longer? With a head full of questions, Lucian, who had just stepped into the world of magic, came to the front hall. Before he opened the door, he heard a series of screams and curses. Obviously, Ulysses was testing those disgusting potions again. Although he knew that it was impossible to succeed at the current stage, he still tested them on living people over and over again in order to collect the necessary data. Because the scene was so cruel, Andre would stand at the door for a while if it was not necessary, waiting for the people inside to die, or be dragged back to the dungeon by the corpses. Only then would he pretend that he had just arrived and walked in. However, this time, he did not wait as long as he usually did, because one of the voices that came from inside the dungeon belonged to a woman. There was only one woman in the entire tracking team, and that was Catherine. Although the time they spent together was short, the female knight had given Andre a lot of help. Not only did she teach him the training methods of the feudal knights, but she also taught him the division of the power system of the world, the laws of the feudal kingdoms, the gods worshipped in the major shrines, and so on. It was almost like opening a door to the outside world. Therefore, he could not watch the female knight suffer the same torture as Baron's son Byron. Of course, he had to use a strategy to save people, and he could not put himself in danger. He did not want to be one of those tragic male protagonists who died with women. As the saying went, life was precious, but love was even more precious. If it was for freedom, he could give up both. That kind of trick might work on hot-blooded youths and idealists, but in the eyes of the truly smart people, nothing was more important than their own life. Chapter 22. Only by being alive could one have unlimited possibilities. Only by being alive could one create miracles. Only by being alive could one take revenge on one's enemies. Most importantly, only by being alive could one have a future. Taking a deep breath, Andre began to adjust his emotions quickly. Within a few seconds, an unconcealable hostility appeared on his slightly immature face, and his eyes were filled with flames of anger. His entire person looked paranoid and dangerous. In order to cater to Ulysses's perverted hobby, he learned to control his emotions and could even change his face at any time when necessary. Once again, reality proved that when humans were forced into a desperate situation, they could explode with terrifying potential. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Andre violently pushed open the thick wooden door and did not even look at the two people fixed on the shelf. He went straight to the old man and bowed. "Mentor, my spell book is completed. Please take a look." "So fast?" Ulysses asked as he used a dagger to gently pry open Byron's liver, carefully observing the reaction. The poor Baron's son looked like he was dying. Because he had not received treatment for a long time, his entire body was festering, and some parts were even covered with black maggots. If it was not for the feudal knight's terrifying vitality and physique, he would have died long ago. "Yes, Mentor. I abandoned all unnecessary decorations, and did not inlay any gems, so naturally it was faster. After saying that, Andre presented the spellbook that he had just made with both hands. The quality of the leather is average, and the pages feel a little rough, but the magic capacity is not bad. You used the fur of a winter wolf as the cover, which is a good idea. It can be used as a pillow, and I believe it will be very comfortable to lie on. It can only record 60 spells at most, and cannot exceed level 5. It should be useful for a while. Ulysses commented after reading the new spellbook from beginning to end. I want to obtain power as soon as possible. Mentor. It is like a ball of fire burning in my heart, making me very angry, but I can't vent it. After saying that, Andre deliberately pretended to be irritated, and then he punched Byron's face and roared, "Shut up! Make another sound, and I'll kill you." Seeing this, Ulysses's eyes lit up, and the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a hint of joy. Haha, fury can make you stronger in a short period of time, but at the same time, it can also burn you to ashes. My dear apprentice, you need to learn how to vent. Come, take this dagger and soothe your violent soul with death. It was very obvious that he wanted the youth to kill Byron and then lead him step by step into the world of darkness. Finally, he would become an executioner who satisfied his inner desires through slaughter. Andre knew that he had no other choice. In order to survive, he also wanted to save the stunned female knight beside him. He grabbed the dagger and pierced it through Byron's neck without any hesitation. With a clean blow, the Baron's son, who had been tortured to the brink of insanity, was finally freed. As the saying went, sometimes death wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Killing his own kind made Andre's heart beat faster. Adrenaline was secreted, and his mind became excited. Borrowing this energy, he grinned maliciously and came to Catherine's side, using the bloody dagger to gently cut open the female knight's collar. The ice-cold sharp blade immediately woke Catherine up, and she shouted at the youth, "Damn it, Andre! Have you lost your mind? Stop! Could it be that the necromancer is controlling your soul?" "Shut up!" Andre raised his hand and gave the female knight a resounding slap. "I'm fine. I've never felt so good. I'm about to have the power of magic. You probably wouldn't have dreamed of it, right? A mountain child can actually grasp the mysterious arcane arts." After saying that, he reached a hand into Catherine's clothes and wantonly ravaged her, his eyes flashing with a chilling madness. Seeing that a physical fight was about to start, Ulysses had no choice but to step forward and interrupt with a smile. "All right, apprentice, don't be in a hurry to vent your desires. You have plenty of time. Since you have a spell book, you can start learning magic. I have a few level 0 magic scrolls here. Take them and study them first. If you understand the structure, copy them into the book. Remember, this is the most important item for a mage. Once you lose it, you won't be able to remember arcane arts anymore. Understood? Spell books are my second life." Andre took the books and scrolls, breathing quickly. Both his hands were trembling slightly. "It seems like you can understand my meaning. That's good. I like to talk to smart people. Now go and vent the desires in your heart. This woman belongs to you from now on. No matter what you do to her, I won't ask." After saying that, Ulysses smiled meaningfully and waved his hand, looking at him as if he was looking at a beloved toy. Andre bowed deeply and said in a low and evil tone, "Thank you very much for your generosity. Don't worry, I'll learn these spells in the shortest time possible and help you complete the potion. If there's nothing else, I'll take this woman to take a bath and enjoy myself." Ulysses laughed and nodded. "Go, enjoy yourself. When I'm done with my revenge, the entire Cantero kingdom will be yours. Power, land, subjects, women, wealth. You can have whatever you want. No, all of this is yours. I'm just temporarily keeping it for you. Andre pretended to be blinded by greed and bowed again. He then waved at the undead standing next to him. The undead immediately carried the dumbfounded Catherine and followed behind. As his acting became more and more refined, the necromancer told him the method to control low-level undead creatures 2 days ago. Through the power of arcane arts in his body and with the permission of the Creator, he could finally make these undead made from orc corpses listen to his orders. It was strangely quiet along the way. The arrogant and conceited female knight was carried by the undead as if she had lost her soul. She didn't struggle, resist, or curse. It was as if everything in this world was meaningless to her. The place where the water was stored was not far from the front hall. It was a huge natural pool. No one knew if it was because of magic or because it was connected to the underground river, but no matter how dirty it was, it would become clear within an hour. Chapter 23. Throw her in, Andre ordered the corpse. The corpse, which had almost no intelligence, threw her in without hesitation. Splash! The female knight fell into the water. Fortunately, her armor had been stripped off. Otherwise, she would have sunk and drowned. You can leave now. Andre waved at the corpse, then quickly stripped off his clothes and jumped in with a lecherous look. He knew that Ulysses must be monitoring his actions at this time, so there must be no flaws. Rip. Serena's clothes were torn into two, followed by her pants, boots, and socks. In just a few minutes, she was floating on the surface of the water naked. Only her hands and feet were still tied with ropes made of an unknown material. After pressing the female knight under his body, Andre immediately lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "Don't struggle, don't make a sound. I'm saving you." After hearing this, Serena's eyes lit up instantly, as if her soul had returned to her body again. She deliberately twisted her body and asked in a low voice, "What's going on here? Why do you call that evil necromancer your mentor? Who is he?" Andre didn't know how to answer the series of questions raised by the female knight. After thinking for a while, he decided to tell her the identity of Ulysses first. He pretended to kiss her earlobe and explained softly, "It's a long story. I'm also trying to survive. Don't force me. That necromancer is called Ulysses Domer. He is the one who created the Bloody New Year incident. So don't try to resist. Our strength is nothing in front of him." What? It's actually this demon. Oh my God. It's a miracle that we can still breathe now. Serena gasped and exclaimed in a very low voice. To be able to become a feudal knight, strength was only one aspect. She also had to go through strict etiquette training and education. So she knew very well what this name meant. More than 100 powerful feudal knights died in the hands of Ulysses. In the end, if it weren't for the temple, the entire noble class would have collapsed that night. Yes, you can never imagine how terrifying those mysterious arcana techniques are. He even managed to pry into my memories. You have to play along with me now. Only then can we gain his trust and leave this damned place alive. After saying that, Andre's hands began to wander around the female knight's body. In order to make himself look like he was being violent, his fingers were quite forceful. Soon, red handprints were left on her snow-white skin. She resisted the physical urge and bit her lower lip hard. Then, she bit the young man's shoulder and growled. "Then what are you waiting for? Come on. I'm ready. Do what you have to do. Don't feel burdened. I did it willingly." Willing? Andre was stunned for a moment. He instantly felt as if something had exploded in his head. Then he completely lost his mind and pounced forward like a madman. Half an hour passed, and Andre completed his transformation from a boy to a man in this life. He crawled out of the pool in exhaustion and carried Serena, who had long fainted, back to the room. Then he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Of course, the place he used to sleep was actually a warehouse that stored furs, iron, and ores. However, he had slightly modified it so that it could barely be used as a place to live. Not knowing how long he had slept, Andre vaguely heard the sound of the door being opened. Then someone threw a bag in. Vigilant, he immediately opened his eyes and sat up. Then he saw Ulysses standing at the door. This ruthless necromancer had an evil smile on his face. He pointed at the bag on the ground and said, "Relax, child. I'm just giving you 2 clothes. After all, you were a little crazy yesterday and destroyed all the clothes. How about it? You don't feel like conquering a female knight, do you?" "Yes. She calmed the anger in my heart temporarily. I can finally calm down and study the magic scroll you gave me." As he spoke, Andre opened the bag and took out a few undergarments to wear. Then he put on a gray robe. As for the dresses and other things, he casually threw them aside. They would naturally come in handy when Serena woke up. "Very good. Looks like you haven't forgotten your identity. Remember, as long as you master powerful arcane spells, you can really get everything you want. This woman is just the beginning. When the revenge plan begins, the entire Canteru kingdom, from the queen and princess to the commoners and slaves, will all be yours. Work hard, apprentice." Ulysses patted the young man's shoulder and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. A few minutes after he left, Serena immediately opened her eyes and asked carefully, "Has he left?" Andre pressed his ear against the door and listened carefully to the footsteps that were gradually fading away. He finally let out a sigh of relief and nodded at the female knight with a bitter smile. "Yes, it takes about 5 minutes to get to the front hall from here. He won't be able to spy on us during this time." After so many days of careful observation, he had long discovered the secret of the crystal ball. He had also estimated the walking speed of Ulysses and calculated the time it would take for him to return to the front hall from each place so that he could do something when he was not being watched. "So we're safe now?" Serena asked while breathing heavily. After so many days of living in fear, her spirit had been in a state of high tension, especially the miserable appearance of the Baron's son. Anyone who saw it would have a lingering fear. So when she heard that it was temporarily safe, she instantly became a little excited. Chapter 24. "That's right, but you have less than 5 minutes. If you want to say something, hurry up. If you want to escape, I still need to do a lot of preparation." Before Andre could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by the female knight's kiss. The two of them, who had just been intimate, once again ignited the flame of passion. After a long time, they finally separated, panting. Forcibly suppressing the physiological impulse, he quickly said, "There's barbecue in the cabinet beside the bed. If you're hungry, eat some. The water in the bucket is clean. You can drink it. Remember, Serena, don't leave this warehouse, and don't try to escape. I don't want to see you, like Byron, when I come back. Do you understand? Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait here for you. Be careful. That necromancer doesn't seem to trust anyone." After saying this, the female knight hugged the teenager again. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. "I should go now. Have a good rest. Also, you'd better be cold. That old bastard always likes to use magic to pry into other people's privacy." After saying this, Andre grabbed the magic books and scrolls on the table, as well as the prismatic spray that he had secretly hidden under his boots, and left the room without looking back. He knew that the relationship between him and Catherine was a bit complicated. There were some vague feelings, some feelings of mutual dependence, and the great pressure under the threat of death. When all these feelings were mixed together, it created something indescribable. It was hard to tell whether it was love or not, but Andre knew that from today onwards, he had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the female knight. After making up his mind, he took a deep breath and walked straight to the alchemy room. The teenager knew that only by quickly mastering the power of magic could he be qualified to fight against Ulysses. Time was running out. He had to master these amazing arcana spells in the shortest time possible. In fact, the process of learning arcana spells was easier than Andre thought. It was as if he was born with this talent. He could easily memorize the complicated magic patterns and spell structures after only looking at them a few times. In just a few hours, he had copied all the level 0 arcana spells he got from Ulysses into the magic book. Then he opened the system to check his status. Name: Andres. Human alignment, neutral good profession. Mage level 1, note: any magic items, potions, and scrolls made by this profession will consume a portion of unallocated experience points according to the level and difficulty. Experience required to upgrade. 0/1000 number of memorizable arcana techniques. Level 0, 3 level 1, 2 currently mastered arcana techniques. Level 0, Mage Hand. Use your mind to move an object of about 2 kilograms. The distance cannot exceed 7.5 meters. Reading magic can be used to decipher books, scrolls, words on stone walls, etc. It can only give a rough understanding of the general meaning. Illuminate creates a ball of light above the target's head. It will move along with the target, lasts for 1 hour, increases with the mage's level. Repair repairs minor damage to the target item. Secret imprint, carving a personal mark on an object or wall. It can be set to be visible or invisible. Magic tricks can be used to perform some simple but fancy magic tricks, add flavor to unpleasant food, sweep away dust, clean the body of dirt, etc. Health points: 3/4 injured state. Experience points: 1745 unallocated. Specialty points: 0 attribute points. 0 mastered abilities: basic potion making, magic item making, scroll copying. Note: all arcana techniques must be memorized in advance. Once they are all used up, more than 8 hours of rest will be required to recover them. The arcana spells that he had already grasped could be copied using special ink and parchment paper so that he could write them down in case of emergency. In addition, every scroll copied is equivalent to casting the spell once. Oh, damn it! Does this mean that I can only use up to 3 level 0 arcana techniques? Andre frowned as he muttered to himself. However, he quickly got over it. After all, magic was so powerful. Even the lowest level arcana techniques could produce such incredible effects. The higher level arcana techniques must be even more powerful. Thus, it was not strange that there were such strict restrictions. Apart from this, there was another thing that he was very concerned about. Among the level 0 arcana techniques, all of them were support type. Ulysses seemed to have purposely avoided those related to attack and defense. Obviously, just like the female knight had said, this old bastard did not trust anyone at all. He had always maintained a certain level of vigilance against Leyland. Thinking of this, Andre secretly sneered in his heart. Without batting an eyelid, he took out the only level 1 arcana technique scroll, prismatic spray, from his boots. Since Ulysses did not intend to give him any offensive or defensive techniques, he still had ways to obtain them through the system. He believed that when the day came, he would definitely surprise Ulysses. With hatred for Ulysses, Andre began to focus on studying this level 1 arcana technique. Unlike those level 0 arcana techniques, the difficulty of level 1 arcana techniques was abruptly increased by several times. Moreover, because there was only 1 scroll, he could not activate it like before to feel the spell structure. He could only carefully examine the complicated patterns and try to simulate them in his mind. In fact, the Arcana technique on Orar was actually a kind of ritual. It was guided by unfamiliar incantations and complicated gestures to complete the reaction between the user's mana and the special elements that existed in the air. Therefore, the higher the level of the Arcana technique, the longer the time needed to guide it. At the same time, the incantations and casting movements were harder to remember. In addition, the mages also had to prepare some strange casting materials. For example, when casting the reading technique, the mages had to hold a small crystal or prism in their hands. In short, these strange things were irreplaceable. They could play the role of activating the ritual. Because magic was so complicated, it needed to be prepared in advance for every casting. The number of Arcana techniques memorized was equivalent to the total amount of mana stored in one's body. It was closely related to one's intelligence level. According to the records in the books, every time an Arcana technique was cast, the incantation and casting movements of the Arcana technique would instantly disappear from one's memory. No one knew why. At least until now, no mages had been able to uncover the mystery. Chapter 25. Andre hadn't memorized a single arcane spell so far, so he didn't know if it was real or not. Right now, he was doing his best to forcibly infuse every line on the rainbow spray scroll into his brain. After a short while, his forehead was covered in dense beads of sweat. Time passed by, second by second. He didn't know if it was an hour or a whole day. Suddenly, a light that was hard to detect flashed on Andre's fingertips. He grabbed the scroll without hesitation and activated the spell on it in front of his spellbook. A dazzling light shot out and surged into the spellbook. The blank pages seemed to feel something and released the same dazzling white light. After a few seconds, a row of information popped up on his retina. Successfully learned the level. One spell, red spray. Congratulations. You've finally become a true level, one mage. Rewarded ability. Summon magic pet. You can summon a creature as your companion, sharing vision, touch, and even exchanging secrets from the depths of your soul with it. Most importantly, it will be absolutely loyal to you. Note, please choose the type of magic pet the next time you level up as a mage. Once confirmed, it can no longer be changed. Summon magic pet. Sounds pretty good, but I can't do it now. I have to wait until Ulysses is busy before I can do it secretly. Otherwise, I'll be dead if I'm caught. Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, looking at the more than 1,000 experience points that he couldn't use. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. He then picked up the spellbook and began to memorize the arcane spells. Since he could only memorize 3 spells at level 0, he prioritized Mage Hand, Reading Magic, and Magic Trick. The first arcane spell had a wide range of application and was very hidden. It could give the enemy an unexpected surprise at a crucial moment. The second was to be able to read a few more books. After all, there were many books in the library that were written in some unknown language. With it, these problems could be easily solved. The last one was somewhat similar to the first one, but the difference was that it could almost simulate a very beautiful visual effect. When necessary, it could be used to delay time or scare the enemy. As for the level 1 spell, there was no doubt that he could only memorize all the spells, Prismatic Spray. According to the description of the spell, it could produce 3 effects, namely drowsiness, temporary blindness, and paralysis, depending on the physical strength of the person. The first 2 effects lasted longer, about half a minute to 18 seconds, while the last effect lasted only 6 to 12 seconds. After finishing all this, Andre collapsed onto the table as if he had collapsed. His head was groggy, and the incantations and spell-casting movements kept reverberating in his head. It was as if they had been forcefully stuffed into his head. Even though what he wanted to do the most right now was to return to his little room and share this joy with the female knight, his rationality told him that doing so would definitely be courting death. The smartest thing to do was to report to Ulysses about his progress. Live carefully, trying his best to hide his secret. Make a plan carefully. The cruel reality turned Andre from a cheerful young man who was helpful to others into a cold, patient monster. Although he had not lost his humanity, it was hard to say after a long time. Just like a saying once said, if you want to defeat the devil, then you have to be more cunning and cruel than the devil. When you look back after killing the devil, it turns out that you have become one of the devils. If you want to get something, you have to pay the price. As a soul from Earth, Andre was very clear about this principle, so he was ready to fall into the abyss. He was now like a little monster that had just broken out of its shell, silently hiding in the dark to absorb power. When he became stronger, he would immediately launch a fatal attack to kill the enemy. He walked to the front hall with heavy steps. The first thing that caught his eye was still those disgusting organ specimens, followed by the living person who was trapped on the shelf and wailing in pain. Lastly, it was the withered and evil face of Ulysses. This time, he did not use any potions. He was simply dissecting a living person into pieces and observing the operation of each organ. It seemed that he wanted to analyze the specific function of each organ. Even though Andre wanted to start chanting the incantation right away and get rid of the old bastard in front of him once and for all, he had a hypocritical and cold smile on his face. He took 2 steps forward and bowed deeply. "Greetings, respected teacher. Are you toying with these lowly mortals again?" Mortals? Ulysses was stunned when he heard this word. Then he immediately put down the dagger in his hand and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Well said, child. I like this word. Compared to us powerful Arcana users, they are indeed lowly and stupid. Speak, what do you want from me?" "Nothing. I just want to report to you about the progress of my study. I have just mastered a level 0 Arcana spell, Mage Hand." As he spoke, Andre suddenly made a strange gesture with his hands, and at the same time, he chanted a syllable. In an instant, the dagger covered in blood floated up, and then stabbed towards the table with lightning speed. Bang! Relying on the acceleration of gravity and the power of his will, the dagger stabbed half a finger deep into the hardwood, almost piercing through. Ulysses' eyes shone as he looked the youth up and down. After a full half-minute, he spoke with excitement. 30 hours! You only used 30 hours to complete the Mage Hand. Apprentice, do you know what this means?" Andre pretended to be at a loss and shook his head. "Sorry, teacher. You know that I used to live in Lonely Mountain Town. That place is a complete desert for magic. No, more accurately, it is a desert for civilization. There is no contact with the outside world, let alone magic. Yes, that's right. It is because I know this that I am extremely surprised. It is hard to imagine that a place where almost no one can read can give birth to a genius like you. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen someone cross the first threshold and become an apprentice just by reading magic. Enlightenment. It's also the first time I've seen someone learn a rank 0 arcane spell in just 30 hours. The more Ulysses spoke, the more excited he became. In the end, he even began to dance and laugh crazily from time to time. He looked like he had gone crazy. His eyes were burning, as if he wanted to swallow the youth alive. Chapter 26. Mentor, if that's the case, please give me a few new magic scrolls. I'm eager to learn and master them and gain great power from them. Andre began to test Ulysses without batting an eyelid. He wanted to see what this evil necromancer was planning. Was he trying to use him, or did he have some other secrets? You want to learn more arcane spells? Of course. No problem. However, mages believe in equivalent exchange. If you want something, you have to give something. So from tomorrow onwards, you'll be in charge of stabilizers. Every time you succeed, I'll let you choose 2 level 0 spells. How's that? Fair enough, isn't it? Ulysses, who had been a little crazy, suddenly returned to normal. He put on the face of a shrewd capitalist and began to exploit his apprentice. Andre cursed the old fox in his heart a few times before agreeing without hesitation, "It's my honor to be able to help you. Don't worry, I'll bring you the first stabilizer within 2 days." He had no choice. He had to bow his head when he was under someone else's roof. Before he figured out the system's reward system, this was the only way he could get new arcane spells. Even though the power of a level 0 spell was barely satisfactory, it was still much better than having none. After putting on a show of smiling on the surface and stabbing Ulysses in the back, Andre dragged his tired body back to his room. The high-intensity study had used up too much of his energy and stamina. He just wanted to go back to his simple bed and have a good sleep. At the same time, Ulysses was monitoring the boy's every move through the crystal ball. He then spoke to the large bat on his shoulder in a low voice. "Cole, don't you think this kid is a perfect vessel? Even I'm jealous of his terrifying talent. Maybe before the final moment comes, the potion won't be completed. I can take over his body and be reborn. After all, although eternal life is good, it's not worth risking your life for." The large bat called Cole let out an ear-piercing screech, as if agreeing with this statement. "Hee hee, looks like I'm in luck. Now that I have a backup, I can go all out. Even if I fail, I can change my appearance. No one will be able to recognize me then." After saying that, Ulysses covered the crystal ball with a black cloth, followed by a burst of eerie laughter. Although Andre had long known that Ulysses was up to no good, he did not know of his evil plan. After all, he had only been in contact with magic for a few days, and had not gone through any systematic learning, so there were many secrets that he did not know. In Olio, necromancers had always had a bad reputation, due to their long-term research on body modification, soul analysis, awakening the dead, creating undead, and so on. Most of them had already become mentally distorted. Some of them even wantonly killed and destroyed. If not for their terrifying power, they would have long been torn to pieces by the angry citizens. Of course, not all necromancers were so evil and tyrannical. They were also mages, but they chose to specialize in necromancy and were more proficient in arcane spells that manipulated the power of life and death. Obviously, Ulysses had mastered enough advanced magic in this school. That was why he could avoid death and continue living in this world, silently carrying out his revenge plan. As Andre truly mastered the power of arcane spells, the following days began to become busy. Not only did he have to find a stabilizer that could fuse the potion for the evil necromancer, but he also had to secretly strengthen himself. Fortunately, he had Serena, who he did not know if he should call her his girlfriend, by his side. Otherwise, he would have broken down from the pressure. After all, humans were known to have unlimited potential, but they were relatively weak mentally. Once a string in the brain snapped, that person would either become a complete lunatic or have a drastic change in personality. Andre was very lucky to have a beautiful and mature female companion who could comfort him. Ever since that layer of window paper was broken, the two of them would have an intense exercise every day to vent all the fear and stress in their hearts. "I should go. Ulysses is still waiting in the alchemy room," Andre said softly as he gently stroked the smooth back of the female knight. He had just found a stabilizer yesterday that could make the potion less irritable. When the necromancer heard the news, he was instantly excited. He stayed in the alchemy room and mixed the proportions day and night. Otherwise, the man and woman lying on the bed would not be so intimate. Serena stroked her long blonde hair and sighed slightly. Sigh, I don't know when these days will end. When I think about that old guy with maggots peeping at me every night, I feel very disgusted. Bear with it a little longer. I promise I'll get you out safely. Andre got up and kissed the female knight's cheek. He then began to put on his clothes. What about you? You don't seem to have mentioned yourself. The sensitive Serena immediately noticed the hidden haze in the young man's words. Andre smiled helplessly and pointed at the mark on his forehead. You see this? It's the magic mark of Ulysses. As long as this thing exists, no matter where I run, he can catch me. I saw this in a book 2 days ago, so I can't run or hide. I can only find a chance to fight with my life. Serena clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I'll stay with you. I'm a feudal knight. Even if I'm not a match for a powerful necromancer, I can at least distract him. No, I've told you so much about arcane magic. Don't tell me you don't know that only spellcasters can deal with spellcasters. Don't be so stubborn. Only when you're gone can I settle down and focus on my revenge. I went to the dungeon yesterday. There aren't many living people in there, so this old man might go out in the next few days. When that time comes, it will be the day I send you away. Andre didn't know how much time had passed in this dark place, but according to the rate of 1 to 2 people dying every day, at least 1.5 to 2 months had passed. There were about 50 missing people in Lonely Mountain Town, and the number of captured knights was the same. Without enough test subjects, it meant that Ulysses would capture living people. He could also take the opportunity to find out where the exit of this airtight building was. At the same time, he could also make some preparations without fear. Chapter 27. I'm not leaving. The necromancer spies on this room every night. If I suddenly disappear, he'll find out immediately. Do you think I can't tell that you're sacrificing yourself? Serena held the boy's hand tightly, and her charming eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more like a melodramatic drama, Andre couldn't help but laugh. He gently kissed the female knight's lips and explained, All right, it seems that I didn't make it clear and caused some misunderstanding. Actually, Ulysses has been spying on me all this time, so when you leave, I won't return to this room to rest, and he'll never know that you've disappeared. Do you understand now? Oh my God, why didn't I think of that? You stay here and stall that damn old bastard, and I'll go back to get reinforcements. This plan is perfect. Serena hugged the boy's waist tightly and shouted excitedly. She could almost see Ulysses being surrounded by the kingdom's army and then being trampled into meat paste by the feudal knights. Lower your voice. Be careful these 2 days, and don't give yourself away. I'm leaving. Andre hugged the female knight and pushed open the door to leave his safe haven. After such a long time together, he was now more and more certain that Ulysses had never trusted him. For a whole month and a half, or even 2, the necromancer didn't give him a single scroll. But today was different. According to his promise, Andre had discovered a stabilizer, so he could immediately obtain 2 new level 0 arcane scrolls. With anticipation for the new spells, he quickened his steps and soon arrived at the alchemy room. Ulysses was now concentrating on mixing the potion. He carefully poured a bottle of red liquid with a pungent smell into the brown potion, and then a strong white light appeared in the bottle. The next second, boom! A strong explosion swept through the entire alchemy room, and many bottles and jars were shattered. Some even fell from the shelves and smashed into pieces. But even such a terrifying explosion didn't cause any damage to the necromancer, who was in the center. He only sniffed the potion stuck on his hand and sighed. Sigh, it seems that I'm still too impatient. Instructor, You didn't double the concentration of the stabilizer, did you? Andre, who had witnessed the entire process, hurried forward to greet him. Even though he was eager to see him die, he still expressed his concern. Double. Ulysses laughed dryly and shook his head. I increased the concentration of the stabilizer by 5 times. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a violent reaction. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. You should be here to receive your reward, right? Tell me, which 2-level 0 spells do you want to learn? As the saying goes, life is like a play, and everything depends on acting skills. The 2 powerful actors both showed a very professional level and did not reveal their inner thoughts at all. Those who did not know would think that they were a teacher and an apprentice who had a very close relationship. Tremor shock and stun. I wish to obtain these 2 spell scrolls. Andre, who had come prepared, didn't hesitate and directly reported his name. As the name implied, the first spell scroll could shoot a beam of electric energy and cause a violent shock to a target not far away. If the target's body was not strong enough, it would be very likely that the target would be killed directly. The second spell scroll could create a spiritual shock through the power of arcane magic and cause the target's brain to enter into a state of dizziness, making it impossible for the target to attack or defend. It could be said that these 2 spells were closely related to his future plans, so when he reported his name, he immediately began to feel nervous. He was afraid that he would be rejected. Fortunately, Ulysses seemed to be in a good mood today. Without asking any questions, he took out 2 scrolls from the small wooden box on his waist and handed them to the young man. Take them. Your efforts during this period of time are completely worthy of this reward. Also, I'm going out for a while, so you continue to look for new stabilizers. I hope to hear some good news when I come back. Of course, instructor, don't worry. I promise that when you come back, there will be a big surprise. After saying that, Andre put one hand on his chest and bowed deeply. Although he was very excited when he heard that the necromancer was going out, he did not show it on his face. He was still very respectful, as if this matter was not important to him. Seeing the young man's calm expression, Ulysses nodded with satisfaction. Very good. If this surprise is real, then I promise to give you a surprise too. There's no need for a surprise. If it's convenient, please bring back some daily necessities. I've been eating roasted meat since the day I became your apprentice, and now I'm about to throw up. Andre purposely put on a bitter smile and complained. Ha 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 ha. All right, I forgot that you're not a real necromancer yet. You haven't learned how to use negative energy to sustain yourself. Don't worry, I'll remember to bring back a chef. After all, you're my only apprentice and assistant. After saying this meaningful sentence, Ulysses laughed loudly and left the alchemy room. He did not notice that when he passed by the young man, some light yellow and white powder sprinkled on his dirty black robe. Then he swaggered and disappeared at the end of the passage. Seeing that his little trick was not discovered, Andre's face showed a trace of a cold smile. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, Let's go. Let's go quickly. As soon as you leave this place, I'll be able to find the exit immediately. After Serena is safe, I'll wholeheartedly prepare a big gift for you. After saying that, he opened the scroll and began to learn the 2 new arcane spells recorded on it. Soon, he forgot everything and entered a state of concentration. For a transmigrator without any supernatural powers, the power of magic was so mysterious and vast that he was unknowingly intoxicated by it. Especially those complicated incantations, hand gestures, and the extremely difficult to recognize symbols copied on the parchment. It was unconsciously intoxicating and hard to extricate oneself from it. Because he had successfully learned a true rank 1 arcane spell, these rank 0 arcane spells were not difficult in Andre's eyes. After all, rank 0 arcane spells were also known as cantrips. Generally speaking, they were not very powerful and were used by acolytes to familiarize themselves with the basic movements of casting spells. At the same time, they could also train their own magic power. However, in order to prevent the necromancer from spying on him, he deliberately pretended that he was struggling and silently stared at the scroll with furrowed brows. Chapter 28. An hour or two later, Andre, who had finished copying the new Arcana technique, came straight to the front hall. He immediately discovered that the place was empty. Not only were there no screams or cries of agony, even Ulysses himself had disappeared. The crystal ball that was used to spy on his privacy was placed on the table, covered with a dirty black cloth. Gone? Really gone. Andre suppressed the excitement and ecstasy in his heart. He hurriedly ran back to the passage and took out a torch. He began to swing it around the room. Not long after, some small flames suddenly appeared on the ground. They were extinguished as soon as they were lit. Following these extremely weak flames, he finally came to the front of a stone wall. Judging from the knocking sounds, the wall should be empty. This meant that there was an entrance to the outside, hidden behind the wall. Awesome! My preparations were not in vain. He waved his fist fiercely and shouted excitedly. In fact, the white powder that he had secretly sprinkled on Ulysses was white phosphorus. Andre had found it in a bottle in the alchemy room. This special substance could not only produce fluorescent light in the dark, but would also spontaneously combust as long as the temperature exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. It was perfect for finding an exit. However, as someone who had lived in dangerous environments for a long time, he did not immediately start looking for possible traps around the wall. Instead, he touched the eye-shaped tattoo on his hand and opened the system to level up his profession. After all, there might be traps and guards behind the wall, so he had to be fully prepared. Are you sure you want to allocate 1,000 EXP to the mage profession? Yes. Congratulations! Your mage profession has reached level 2. Name: Anderace. Human alignment. Neutral. Good profession. Mage level 2 EXP required to level up 1,000/3,000 memorizable arcane spells. Level 0. For level 1, 3 currently mastered arcane spells. Level 0. Mage Hand, Reading Magic, Illumination, Repair, Secret Imprint, Magic Trick, Tremor, Stun level 1, Prismatic Spray HP. 5 of 8. Injured and Severely Malnourished. EXP 745 undistributed. Ability points 0 attribute points. 0 mastered abilities. Beginner potioneering, magic item crafting, scroll copying, summon. Magic pet, upgrade complete. Please choose a creature from the list below as your magical pet. Bats, common nocturnal animals. They can locate targets with ultrasonic waves and are almost impossible to hurt by physical attacks. After becoming a magic pet, they can let out an ear-piercing scream to hurt the enemy. Eye of the Pearl. They are a close relative of the beholder. They can shoot all kinds of strange magic rays through their eyes and also have the supernatural ability to fly. Fairy dragon. A small dragon that likes to be mischievous. It has very good spell-like abilities. If you can tolerate their mischief and sense of humor, then these little guys will be good helpers. Pseudo-dragon. Looks like a mini version of the little red dragon. Hard scales, sharp teeth, and horns, as well as a tail with poisonous spikes. Anyone who isn't strong enough will fall into a coma after being stabbed. When they reach adulthood, they can even spit fire. Pico Fairy. Little elves with wings. They are light and dexterous. They are born to be good at scouting, unlocking, and discovering and disarming traps. Hellhound. A large canine creature from the bottomless abyss. It is very aggressive. It can spit cone-shaped flames from its mouth. It is very loyal to its master. Fire Demon Bat, a cunning creature from the elemental plane. The flame arrows they shoot are very destructive. Ice Demon Bat, also a creature from the elemental plane. It is the opposite of the fire demon bat. The ice arrows it shoots are just as scary. Little Devil, an evil creature from hell. It is good at stealth sneak attacks and using poison. It is a good helper for evil spellcasters. Black Panther, a terrifying hunter hiding in the dark. It is almost impossible to find it before it attacks. Raven, a very smart bird. Although it is not very beautiful, it can gain the ability to speak after becoming a magical pet. Maybe it is good to have a pet to chat with on the journey. Looking at the long list of information that popped up in his retina, Andre was dazzled for a moment. Especially the part about magical pets. He was at a loss, because other than the bats, ravens, and Black Panther that he had some understanding of on Earth, he had never seen the rest of them. At most, he had read some small amount of information from the library. He did not know which one to choose at all. Of course, if only based on the description given by the system, Pico Fairy was obviously the first choice in the current environment. Secondly, the Eye of the Pearl that could fly was not bad. Its powerful magic ray could make up for his lack of attack power. And the pseudo-dragon with strong scales was also not bad. At least it could protect him at a critical moment. Andre, who was in a dilemma, frowned and cursed in a low voice. Damn it! What should I choose? Forget it. I'll just toss a coin to decide. The Eye of the Pearl on the head and the Pico Fairy on the tail. If it stands up, I'll choose the pseudo-dragon. After making the decision, he quickly took out a small Calanti gold coin from his pocket and flicked it with his thumb. The golden light rolled in an arc and fell directly on the table, spinning rapidly. It didn't take long for the result to be shown. Heads. All right, then I'll choose the Eye of the Pearl. After saying that, Andre did not hesitate to make the choice. New information immediately appeared on his retina. Magical pet confirmed. Eye of the Pearl. You have obtained the ability to summon a magical pet. Can be summoned through a standard casting action, and can also be unsummoned through a standard casting action. This ability can only be used once per day. Name, pending, race. Eye of the Pearl, magical creature. Alignment, neutral evil profession. Magical pet level 2. The level of this creature increases with the level of its master mage. Strength, 6 agility, 16 vitality, 9 intelligence, 6 perceptive sense, 10 charm, 12 health points, 13 healthy special ability. Cold ray. The Eye of the Pearl can shoot a cold ray, causing great damage to the target. There is also a certain chance of freezing the target in place. Currently can be used 12 times per day. Immune to charm spells, innate magic resistance, flying mastered abilities. Alertness due to its particularly developed vision. This creature has a certain chance of discovering enemies hidden in the dark in advance. Looking at the long list of abilities of the magical pet, Andre immediately could not wait to summon it. According to the information that suddenly appeared in his brain, he accurately completed the standard casting action. Chapter 29. Instantly, a circular complex pattern appeared on the ground, followed by a dazzling colorful light. A few seconds later, a meatball with a mouth full of sharp teeth, a huge main eye, and 4 tentacle-like eye stalks appeared in place. As soon as it appeared, it looked around curiously, then flew straight to its master's shoulder and rubbed affectionately like a spoiled child. Okay, stop it. Andre gently poked the magic pet on his shoulder. He now understood the meaning of the phrase, a magic pet is a part of a mage. It was an indescribable feeling. As long as he wanted to, he could immediately control the body of the Eye of Pearl and even use its natural ability. There was no need to talk at all. The thoughts of the mage and the magic pet were already connected, and they could feel each other's thoughts anytime and anywhere. Awoo! The Eye of Pearl let out a series of messy cries. Although others might not even understand a single syllable, Andre instantly understood its meaning and nodded with a smile. I know, your name is Little Eye. Now, be quiet. I'm going to start working. After that, he no longer paid attention to the magic pet that was curious about everything and looked around the wall for possible mechanisms. In fact, with the eye of Pearl's pitiful 6 points of intelligence, it could not communicate normally. According to the human label, it was at most about the same as a child about 10 to 12 years old. Suddenly, Little Eye seemed to have found something, and a white beam of light shot out from one of its stalks, directly hitting the glowing crystal above its head. "Damn it! Come down! Don't use your ability carelessly." Andre hurriedly shouted at the magic pet. Little Eye seemed a little unconvinced and let out a few strange cries. "Awoo! What? You said that's the mechanism?" Andre's face immediately showed a trace of surprise, and hurriedly chanted a spell, using Mage's Hand to try to press the crystal. As a result, only a bang was heard, and the crystal sank into the ceiling. Rumble. The wall that was found to be problematic slowly rose, revealing a tunnel that led to the outside world. Excitement, anticipation, excitement, and a little fear. It could be said that Andre's current emotions were a little complicated. However, as the wall rose completely, a ray of light appeared, and he couldn't help but tremble. He resisted the urge to escape immediately and began to explore carefully with his magic pet. For an old monster with a twisted mind like Ulysses, no matter how cautious he was, it was not excessive. With the bright light in front of him as a reference, he could easily analyze his current location, especially that white world. He was definitely in a cave somewhere in the frozen wasteland, and judging from the surrounding temperature, he should not be far from where the cavalry was attacked. This was because Andre had heard from the elders of Lonely Mountain Town that it would never snow in the depths of the frozen wasteland. There were only huge blocks of ice that never melted, and there was not a single cloud in the sky. Once an ordinary person set foot there, there was no possibility of returning alive. It was clear that although the temperature was very low, it was not enough to freeze people to death. Furthermore, it was snowing heavily outside, so he deduced that they should not be too far away from the Black Forest. Of course, all of this could only be confirmed when he walked out of the tunnel and saw the outside world. Stepping on the hard, frozen ground, Andre slowly walked forward while puffing white smoke from his mouth. The magic pet, Little Eyes, followed behind him. Although there was an unhealthy blush on its face, it still gritted its teeth and persevered. He didn't know exactly how low the temperature was, but he could clearly feel that the tattered robe he was wearing was no longer able to keep him warm. The heat in his body was being drained at an extremely fast rate. Perhaps he would only be able to hold on for 20 minutes at most before he was completely frozen. This also meant that he had to explore this path in a very short time, and then return to the warm depths of the cave. He had to send Serena away as soon as possible while Ulysses was not around. Just as he was distracted, he seemed to have stepped on some mechanism under his feet. The entire tunnel trembled violently, and a loud sound came from a wall in front of him. Then it collapsed completely, revealing another fork in the road. Dong, 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 dong. Heavy footsteps came from the fork in the road. Judging from the slight shaking of the ground, it was definitely a big guy that weighed more than 2 tons. Damn it! I knew this old fellow would definitely set up some traps. Andre cursed softly as he took a few steps back and prepared for battle. Although he did not have the javelins, spears, and bows that he used to hunt, nor did he have any traps that he set up in advance, he was not afraid at all. This was because the power of the arcane art was flowing in his body. Moreover, he also had a small eye that could shoot frost rays. No matter how he looked at it, he was much stronger than he was a few months ago. However, this confidence did not last long. When a huge monster that was more than 4 meters tall and walked upright appeared in the tunnel, Andre's eyes almost fell to the ground. He swallowed his saliva subconsciously and muttered to himself, "Oh, it can't be. Ulysses, that old fart, actually left me such a big gift. Roar!" The monster with long white hair that looked a little like a hybrid of a snow bear and a gorilla beat its chest and roared angrily. It had the head of a bear and the upper limbs and chest muscles of a gorilla. Its huge claws glowed with a black light, and one could tell at a glance that they were very sharp. Perhaps it would only take a single swipe to rip open a person's stomach. Run! Run! Andre had almost no hesitation. He called for his magical pet to turn around and run wildly towards the underground palace. He did not want to test whether his arcane art would work on this huge monster in front of him at all. After all, confidence did not equate to arrogance, especially in a situation where the difference in strength was very obvious. Running away was the smartest choice. Roar! Roar! Seeing that its prey was running away, the huge monster roared again and began to chase after it on all fours. It had been proven many times that 2 legs would never be able to outrun 4 legs. Moreover, a large body meant a large stride. In a short while, the distance between the hunter and the prey had been shortened to less than 10 meters. Seeing that it was not very likely that he could escape safely into the underground entrance, Andre gritted his teeth and went all out. He shouted at his magical pet, "Eyes! Attack its eyes!" After receiving its master's order, the eyeball immediately stopped running. It turned around and shot out a beam of white frost from one of its small eyes, accurately hitting the monster's right eye. Chapter 30. Get rid of its other eye. Andre gave his pet another order when he heard the noise behind him. The exhausted little eye forced itself to stay alert and used all its strength to shoot out the last frost ray. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. Andre knew that the monster was completely blind when it let out another roar of anger and pain. He sped up and leaped into the tunnel that was revealed by the collapse. As soon as he stepped in, he felt a huge monster rush past him from behind. The mad beast did not stop like last time. It rushed forward with all its might, not knowing that there was a deadly trap in front of it. The ice surface at the exit was as smooth as a mirror, and the strong inertia threw it out. Then came a roar that sounded like it was rolling down a mountain. The trap you designed made the synthetic beast roll down the cliff, dealing 80 points of damage. The target's cervical vertebra is broken. It is dead. You have received 1,200 EXP. Congratulations. You have relied on the power of arcane magic to defeat a powerful monster. You are rewarded with 2 level 1 arcane scrolls. You have received 1 mage's armor and 1 grease scroll each. When the last message was displayed, Andre found that there were 2 soft parchment scrolls in his hands, just like last time. He carefully put the scrolls away and took a deep breath. He smiled bitterly and said to himself, "Well, at least there is some compensation. It was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, this guy's intelligence is not high. If it was the cunning winter wolf, I'm afraid I would be dead now. It seems that no matter how much power you have, if you don't have the intelligence to match it, you will die in someone's trap sooner or later. It's a pity that the EXP is a little more. Then I can level up to level 3 as a mage." As the best hunter in Lonely Mountain Town, he had long trained a pair of sharp eyes. He only needed to look at the surroundings to know where to dig a hole and where to set up an ambush. In the battle just now, he had made the best use of the environment. First, he used the magic pet's 2 cold rays to blind the opponent. Then, he set up an ice surface at the entrance of the cave and used himself as bait to make the giant beast, which only had brute strength, roll down the cliff and break its neck. In fact, according to the records in the book, Mages were unable to master powerful arcane spells before level 5. Therefore, tactics and timing were especially important, especially when fighting against large monsters. As for killing humans, it was much simpler. Even the lowest level of level 0 arcane spells could have a considerable effect. If you had a few warrior companions, their fighting power would not be as simple as one. Staggering to the exit, Andre poked half of his body out and looked down. He saw that the mountain below was covered in white snow and was very steep with strange rocks. He could not help but sigh. All right, it's just as I thought. It's really on a lonely mountain in the frozen wastelands. Although it's a little steep, it's not to the extent that it's impossible to climb. It's just that the wind is a little strong. After confirming the terrain and location, he directly drove the listless little eyes into the alchemy room. He went straight to the resting area, intending to let Serena prepare to escape as soon as possible. Since Ulysses had already left, Andre did not have the slightest scruple. He rushed into the room and gave the female knight a warm hug, shouting, "Serena, that old monster is gone. You're going to be free soon." "What? Is this true?" Serena's whole body was trembling slightly, and tears began to flow out uncontrollably. After living in fear for so long, she could hear the screams echoing in the passage every day. Recalling the miserable state of her friends and subordinates before they died, she was about to go crazy. Now that she heard the word freedom, she instantly lost control of her emotions. Andre gently patted the female knight's back and comforted her. "All right, don't cry. Listen, we don't have much time. Come with me to the warehouse to get some necessities and rope. Then we'll leave immediately. I don't know when Ulysses will return, so you have to step into the Black Forest before he enters the frozen wastelands. Otherwise, you won't be able to hide in this endless plain." Serena knew that this was not the time for romance. She quickly wiped her tears and nodded. "Understood. I need a set of armor, a long sword, some jerky, a pair of warm boots, a water bottle, and finally, the right direction. Come with me. There should be all these things in the warehouse." Andre held the female knight's hand and walked towards the warehouse. He knew that most of the captives' belongings were kept there by the necromancers. Only a few gems, gold, and silver jewelry would be taken away by the necromancers. After more than 10 minutes, Serena finally found everything she needed. She looked like she had walked out of the shadows in her armor and regained her confidence and pride. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the wind from outside, looking beautiful and valiant. Looking at the female knight, who had been with him day and night for nearly 2 months, Andre suddenly felt a little reluctant. He knew that this separation might be permanent. There was no doubt that Ulysses was powerful, and the possibility of him escaping death was not more than 5%, or even lower. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Serena looked at the snowy world outside and looked into the young man's eyes. She asked softly, "Are you really not going to leave with me?" "You know that I can't leave. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to escape. Let's go quickly. The snow can cover all traces. Seize this opportunity and try to go as far as possible. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Have you forgotten how I deceived Ulysses these days?" Andre pretended to smile calmly. In fact, he already had a perfect plan. He planned to use the chemicals in the alchemy room and the warehouse to make 2 powerful mixed bombs. When the necromancer came back, he would be directly sent to the sky. Even if he did not die from the explosion, he would be able to severely injure him. At that time, he would personally take revenge. Of course, if he failed, then he would ignite the other bomb and rush forward to die together with the necromancer. Anyway, he would definitely end up in a miserable state if he failed, so he might as well choose to die with a bang.